A world nearly destroyed by a cataclysm, saved by the actions of heroes long gone. A world that has survived, recovered, and even thrived. This is the world of Tyr. Here, the descendants of those heroes and the other survivors of the cataclysm have built great nations, the 8 pillars that support the world. Nearly 1,500 years after the cataclysm, the world is one of relative calm. However, beneath this veneer of peace, great forces move. With every shift and shudder, they threaten to disrupt the delicate balance that keeps the pillars standing. Now, across the world, knowingly or not, people must become heroes, or the pillars will fall and Tyr will be no more. Join us as we follow some of those heroes and see their struggles to keep their world from destruction. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can see and hear us. I'm not entirely going to wait for it. I'm just going to keep rolling and operate under the happy assumption that you can. That's good. My name is Galway, and I'm one of the founders of Helpful Goat Gaming, small independent game design and game content creation studio. And tonight we are playing some Dungeons and Dragons in my homebrew world of Tyr with the Marauders on Moontree Isle. I will read Chelsea's poem in just a moment. Actually, no, never mind. That was a good transition. Chelsea says, seeking Lachlan, who the Marauders hope to catch through suspicious gardens and a cabbage patch. Facing fishgicians and a splash of crying, the excitement for the big surprise is intensifying. Oh hey, it's your DoorDash with some smoky fish porridge stew. Anyway, Tyr crew, I can see and hear you. Thank you as always, Chelsea. Honestly, that's a really solid recap for the last episode too, so that's pretty good. I was like, I've got very little. I'm gonna feel the need to add to that. As I mentioned, we are a game design and game content creation community. If you'd like to join that community, you can follow us here on Twitch. We stream multiple times a week. It's totally free to follow, so you just get a notification. You can also cheer and subscribe for us, which gives us some cash to help us do more of this. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free sub through Twitch Prime, which is pretty easy. You just click it. It's one of the options for how you sub to us, so I would encourage you to do that. Also, if you like watching things generally on Twitch, even if you don't use it on us, please use that Twitch Prime sub. I can say as a group that has come up through sort of very small streamer status to we're small, but we're able to keep doing this. It makes a big difference to start getting those. So please use them if you have them. You can also use !Discord in the Twitch chat and get a link to our Discord, which got me through 2020. We do lots of internal streams. We have lots of fun. We just did a Pokemon horoscope meme. I'm apparently a Jigglypuff. Don't know why I just disclosed that on Twitch. I've made life decisions. It's cool. Moving along. Hopefully my pronounced blinks are coming through on the Twitch video feeds. Are people... What?
Can I hear us?
No audio from me, apparently. Or anyone.
Anybody?
Audio from me?
Hello. Can you hear us?
I heard Galway talk when I had stream.
Can't hear Sam. Keeps coming
Okay.
up.
I'm talking now.
Everybody's on my Twitch. I can hear all the audio.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I like...
Weird.
Okay, no, I just loved the... Hi.
Oh, hey, no, Craig. We need Craig.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Craig.
Craig.
That's all right. Nothing important has happened. Just, the vision of Sam and Rachel being fused
Joe Duo.
in our heads.
And the Galway's a Jigglypuff.
Nothing worth.
Now recording.
Galway's a Jigglypuff. Sorry, I just had to put that in there.
Terrifying than a fusion of Sam and Rachel. Ooh.
I'm sorry. Why is Galway a Jigglypuff? What did I miss?
Look at the Pokemon Go channel.
Yeah, I shared
Oh.
a Pokemon horoscope thing, and
Also, Elise, thank you for just like, no, wait, what? Someone explain. I don't...
Yeah, I thought I heard something. I don't know. I was so confused about, but now I'm gonna go do this quiz. So I'll be back in.
oh yeah, you just gotta look at it.
It's not much of a quiz.
Not a quiz. I wanted it to be a quiz.
horoscope.
Come on.
No quiz. Sorry.
Okay, wait.
God, I totally see.
Hollywag.
This is just what happens like constantly in the Discord. So yeah, !Discord gets you a link in chat. You can also find it in the description of the video if you are watching us on YouTube. I'm just gonna try to drag my sorry carcass through the rest of this intro because it's going great.
Polywag, so now I want to look at what a polywag is.
God,
I think
no.
a lot. I'm
God.
super friendly. I'm dreamy. I have a pure heart. I can't read all of these. That's as many as I'm getting.
Okay. Anyway, follow us on Twitter at HelpfulGoat or on Insta at HelpfulGoat. You can check out our complete archives on YouTube. Just look for Helpful Goat Gaming. I'm clearly the broken shell of a man, and I'll be your DM for tonight. I'm Galway. My pronouns are he, him, his. And let's start with Elise for intro.
You mean hashtag Elise so dreamy? Our new hashtag?
Hashtag Elise human teacher?
Human teacher? That's not true anymore. Hi, my name is Elise. My pronouns are she, her, hers.
Slash dreamy.
If only my last name started with Mick, I could just take that from the McDreamy. What's that? Grey's Anatomy fandom? Yeah, that's just mine now. Anyway, I play Minnow Rogue, a human rogue, and her pronouns are also she, her, hers.
Off so well.
Let's go with Heather.
Okay. I'm Heather. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I play Ressa, who is a dwarven cleric of the Forge. Also she, her, hers.
And Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam. I play Dent, a enchanting suit of armor, and he goes by he, him, his, as do I. And I'm gonna point this way to Rachel.
Nope, you are not.
No, I'm not. Damn it, it's that way.
Yeah, you're pointing back to me.
I'm reversed.
Rachel's
I'm
here.
reversed on.
Oh no, not on my screen.
No, on
Rachel's
Twitch,
over
Heather.
there.
Yeah, she's.
Are we doing fusion, huh? Right here? As you're pointing?
Yes. Fusion.
Do it with me. Thank you.
No, over there.
Hi, Rachel. She, her, hers, human.
Watching the Twitch feed because you guys are
Garbage
killing
can, apparently.
No, Rachel, what have we said about negative self-talk? It's gone. It's out. It's 2021. We don't do it anymore.
Garbage cans are useful tools.
That's what you meant when you said that, isn't it?
You got it. Hold on. Eric's right there. I'm she, her, hers, the unfused version of Rachel, Sam, and I play Jesus. I don't play Jesus.
You play Jesus.
Wow. Whole new stream tonight.
I didn't
last
feel like
week.
waiting anymore, so he
And
set
that was
down the thing
Jesus.
he was gonna hand to me.
Galway
and so-
played Mises.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I am not Mises. Anyway, I play Nero, the Fearbolg monk, half-burned cowman who's not looking at the floor right now. And I'm gonna point at Chris.
And you got it right.
I have this.
I mean, it was like the last place
Right.
to point.
And
So
up is not hard. Like, I'm not like, oh wait, is it reversed? Like, it's not like up is gonna be down. I'm not upside down.
It was just great for the called shot going wrong, and I am going to point at Rachel. No.
no. Okay. I am Chris, and she, her, hers, and I play Ketch, who is he, him, his. And I, according to this new overlay, am Rachel's power top.
My. What does that mean about the rest of us? Let's not look.
Killed Sam.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Elise.
Anyway, this is actually a pretty good reflection of what you're about to get, so consider yourselves warned. And I think with that, I've completely forgotten like fucking everything. We'd like to highlight a cause for donation every month here at Helpful Goat. This is going great. This is going exactly to plan. We scripted this. We practiced this extensively this week, so we are executing perfectly. So I'm going to spin this anywho. If you use exclamation point donate in the chat, you can get a link. This month we are looking at the Trevor Project, providing assistance for LGBTQ youth in America. over the last sort of several months, and with the causes that we've tried to promote and we've tried to get out to people, there's been a couple of themes, and one of them has been COVID-19 has obviously had a huge impact on everybody, but we've tried to emphasize communities that are even more impacted. LGBTQ youth are disproportionately affected by housing uncertainty, exposure to financial factors, etc. All the bad that COVID has, none of that makes it better. We also try to emphasize to people that look for local charities, if you can, that follow these causes. If you read up about sort of some of these issues on the national level, try to see what local organizations are around that support the same cause. Donations to local organizations are often, one, more flexible. They can also have you provide some volunteer work. Sometimes it's just delivering some supplies for them. Makes a huge difference and is much safer in COVID times. And honestly, any efforts you do there go farther within your community. These are smaller groups. They very much appreciate your assistance, so we encourage you to look for those. And as always, we thank you for considering that. Now, in a desperate attempt to get me to no longer be the one talking as it all burns down around me, let's do the recap from last time on Tier Moontree Isle. Elise is down. Rachel is...
We definitely weren't having inappropriate DMs, so it's fine.
Before we get launched into the recap, I did want to say bravo Galway for the amazing new layout. It looks
Yes.
awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me see. Ooh, it's
So, yeah.
so pretty.
What'd y'all do last time?
Cabbage Patch.
Notes.
Yeah, we talked to cabbages.
We
Had a
started
dream.
off by kind of assessing the damage from having just killed a fishman. That ended up
A fishgician.
a fishgician, yes. That ended up being Solate. And then we kind of regrouped and
Big
made
storm
our way.
happened. Big storm happened.
Yeah, a big
suddenly,
sudden storm happened.
Something big flew by in the sky.
And then we weren't able to really figure out what that was, but it did seem to be going towards the east, if memory serves correctly. And then we headed up to Lachlan's. I managed to pull a soggy little note from Solate, which I have been able to dry up, but not recover or read because it's very fragile. And upon making it to Lachlan's, it was heavily protected by lots of magic, including like a transportation barrier shield. And Minnow's Finch decided to fly repeatedly through it, and that was great. And then our party decided to split upon realizing that we weren't going to make it through an easy way here. And Minnow and Nero went right.
Left.
Oh,
Which is
in my
probably this
head,
way
this
and
entire
the
time
flip
I
of
went
you.
left. So yeah, they went left, and then the rest of us, Dylan, Ressa, myself, Dent, went right. And I will let Rachel or Elise talk about their party's excursion.
Well, Elise can start because
Yeah, we found ourselves in an illusory patch of land, which Minnow thought was perhaps a different dimension. I think that's kind of how, in the illusion, she was interpreting what had happened. And Minnow kept going. Nero stayed behind, and then when Minnow caught up to Nero, or whatever, when they regrouped, it was an illusion of Nero, but she didn't know that. And then there was like there were vine monsters attacking things. Illusion Nero was setting things on fire per Minnow's instructions. And eventually, Minnow was very much in the thrall of this illusion, taking psychic damage from it, and eventually attacked actual Nero when actual Nero managed to shake off the effects of the illusion. But other things happened to Nero before then.
Yeah, so in Nero's illusion time, the main thing that I remember is that Finch turned into having the face of Salate, an elf on a bird, and then said shit to me about killing her, which sucked. And yeah, that was Nero was already feeling real shitty about killing somebody, not knowing that they were somebody, and anyway, that was what happened with us.
Yes, and then we eventually caught up to the other group. But yeah, there were other things in between. So
Ketch and Dylan found cabbage people. We showed them our package.
We narrowly avoided what Galway had described as a very intense possible combat with the cabbage people and a tree, maybe an ent, probably just a tree. And
looked at us.
And Ketch wanted to show off, but then was unable to show off because no one was there.
Pretty much. So then I just took Dylan under my arm.
And we got the vomit cleaned up off of you, which I did want to make note of.
Yes, it was very kind of Dent.
And then upon rendezvousing with the cabbages, we made it inside, or well, we met the rest of the party, went inside, and found 2 more fishmen attacking Mr. Lachlan himself in his own house, banging upon his door. And they were swiftly defeated.
With absolutely no help from Minnow, who just continuously failed things and eventually just sat herself down on the ground.
No, you killed the last one.
Okay, but she's still just sitting on the ground feeling very sorry for herself.
You got up from prone, staggered forward, brained it, sat back down, and we're just like, nope, I'm done. I'm out.
I'm out.
And Nero is collapsed in a corner, desperately staring at the ceiling.
Yes.
To not see the faces of whatever it is that those other physicians turned into.
And while Nero has his ears plugged, they turned into a dwarvish man and a human man.
And then the door opened, and Lachlan asked us who we were, and all Ketch is concerned about is how did these guys get past the cabbages?
Mm-hmm.
And that is where we will pick up.
And indeed, that is where we will pick up. So Lachlan has there we go. People can see the map now. So Lachlan has like swung open the door, and is kind of like looking at you all. And then the body of the last one that was killed sort of flops in. He's like, oh god. Wait, cabbage? Perhaps we could have this conversation somewhere not covered in viscera. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
Would you
about
like
out
me
here
to
so
do
I don't-
something with the bodies?
I'm used to it, but whatever.
Well, I'll feed them to the garden later. Here, this way. Oh,
Wait,
God.
wait.
I'm sorry.
Hold up. You
What
said you'd
did
feed
you
them to the
say?
garden later? The cabbage people eat fish people who are no longer fish people?
They're nutritious.
Are the cabbage people the only thing in the garden that eat things?
I mean, like, we're talking about, like, you're gonna, like, mulch them, right? And, like,
yes.
okay.
You have a wood chipper?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's called prestidigitation many times.
Well,
Or an axe.
they're not moving anymore. I have essentially an infinitude of 6 seconds.
All right,
So
Minnow
he's just
hauls
gonna
herself off the floor.
He's gonna keep walking in. And they're not represented here, but there's some sort of armchairs and benches sort of along the sides of this room. And this is the room that Minnow had looked into earlier. that seemed like it was a library. And so it's the walls are just covered with bookcases. There are windows out to the front of the house. It is sort of pleasant. It's the sunlight is coming in nicely. And he's going to sort of sit down heavily in the chair by his desk. And he's panting a little bit and like sort of like not quite clutching his chest, but like, yes,
hey, do you need that medicine we brought? Who has that?
That would be great.
That.
Yeah, that would be.
Here you go.
Thank you. And he's gonna sort of like pull it out, and you can see there's a small mug, or like, drinking cup on his desk, and he pours sort of a packet into it and like throws back, takes a drink. He's like,
do you need additional healing?
No. Those things didn't manage to hurt me. How?
Oh, sorry.
How can I help you all? And why have you helped me? And is Liba okay?
Liba's just fine. We were talking to her, and she was concerned about you, and so we offered to check in on you and bring you your medicine that you needed. Things are going a little crazy in the town.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Besides the fishgicians that got past your cabbage patch, what's been going on out here?
Not much. I do not know how much Liba or others in town told you. I do not know how many are left in town. I was an adventurer for much of my youth. I traveled widely.
Sorry.
I was like, that gave me access to knowledge and the ability to defend myself, and a great deal more experiences than many people here on Moontree have had. It is complicated. About 2 weeks ago, I conducted an augury, as I often do, and when I cast my dice to see what would happen, they just hovered in the air. They would not land. It was not that they gave a result, they just stayed there, suspended. I found this very odd. I cast again, and I cast again, and the same thing happened every time. I tried to divine in other ways. I performed a burning ritual of sticks to see which would come down. The fires lit, but never burned the sticks. Nothing moved or changed. As soon as I saw this, I figured that wasn't going to be anything good. So
Did you cut a chicken's guts open and let them spill?
I prefer not to do the types of divination that involve actively killing things.
Okay, so we're okay with feeding fishgicians turned back into dwarven men, sorry, Nero, to the garden, but not cutting chicken guts. Got it. Just
they're already
checking.
dead.
Yeah, they are dead.
They're
did kill
dead.
them.
I mean, I
So
wasn't.
Rachel did
All right.
fertilizer.
Do you have to kill live chickens to do the divination?
Yeah. Well,
Wait, Rachel doesn't
Minnow,
know anything about divination.
Elise knows plenty about auguries, but Minnow probably wouldn't. I'm just being a little shit. Sorry.
You?
No. Minnow's like, never mind. Seeing she's outnumbered about these chickens, she's gonna be like, never mind. That would be so cruel to the chickens. You're
Also,
right.
I don't have any chickens.
Did
I
you catch
wasn't
them
exactly going to
before they
slice open
had
one of my vegetable friends.
They don't have guts the same way chickens do. That's wouldn't
That
be
is
worth
true.
it.
That is true.
Have you ever looked at their intestines?
Sometimes they have been injured in fights against beasts, so yes.
What do they look like when they're injured?
Bruised,
Lots of sap everywhere.
slightly wilted.
Okay, so yeah, this is weird and great and all. But so what does like your weird stuff mean?
I don't know, but I figured it didn't bode anything well. I went into the village. I told Lipa to stay in her house as much as possible. I spent some of the wards that I had accumulated over my life to defend her house. And then I came back here and began erecting as many defenses as I could. And then 8 or 9 days ago, I think there was a loud noise. It wasn't
Galway, how long have we been here?
on the island.
Yeah. Like
1
2
night.
days? 1 night?
Yeah,
Oh,
you got here in the
jeez.
middle of
wow.
of like the last day. Yeah, no, this entire campaign outside of time fuckery has accounted for like 5 days, by the way.
I don't feel so bad about Spire now.
I'll
It's
also
just
say
there
that
was a time
generally
frame on Spire, and so we noticed it all the time.
I'll generally say that you have been on about the pace that I thought you were, except for the fact that Tormenreal went about twice as long as I thought it would. And that was largely because of the party split, and you actually pursued a bunch of the different side stories. Whereas I kind of thought you'd be like, first clue, go. And I'm like, oh. And so I'm not at all unhappy about that, just to be clear. It was like, but like, yeah, we're actually about on the pace I thought we would be. But yeah, this is a very time compressed campaign with the, well, at least in the time you've perceived as characters. So yeah, this would line up, 8 or 9 days would line up with when everyone on the island has been describing like shit started to go wrong. Things started to get weird. The island got barred off from people coming in or out. Because it wasn't, the noise wasn't, it wasn't an explosion or like a cry, or it was like a deep pulsing. It was felt almost as much as heard. But the reason that I was worried when my divination turned up what it did was I had heard of something similar before. My uncle was an adventurer as well. It was he in whose footsteps I followed. And once, long ago, he had gone to the capital of Rourke. And divinations there had ceased working. No matter what methods, every form of divination of every diviner returned whatever the equivalent was of beginning. And no one knew how to interpret this. And shortly after, odd things began happening at a library there. He was one of the ones sent. And a prophecy emerged from that. I remembered this. He had spoken about it. In the early days, it wasn't hard to find, but it began to disappear, as if someone was covering it up or pulling it back. And he sort of like motions over to you and like points at the papers that are most actively on his desk. He's like, I thought of it when this happened. And he'll indicate, he basically has one piece of paper that looks like it's the prophecy, like it's the text of the prophecy, and then on the other page of like the folio he has a bunch of notes, and it reads, 4 lights, 8 pillars, 9 orbs. The pillar shakes, the first light dims, and the orb wakes. First is the third, then the 3 wake at once. Lines and shapes blur, the lights fade in a setting sun. The holdfast burns, hope yet glows. The multi-mana rise, the threat quietly grows. The last comes next, begins a purge. Heroes arise, to bound its urge. In the halls of the wise, the second will rise. In the wastes of sand, the sixth will land. Gathered together, yet scattered midst blight. Look to yourselves, or Tyr will lose all light.
Any chance we could get that in our journals?
Yes, I also just posted it in chat.
Perfect.
Cool.
But yeah, I will give you the copy of that in the journal. I just hadn't had time today to put that in.
Nice Library of Souls reference?
Hmm.
Yes.
Wait, which one is the uncle? Who would it have been?
Yeah. Who?
The uncle was actually not
Mimic.
not one of your characters.
Okay,
It was
more
there before that we like found the writings of, or sorry.
It was actually another member. I'm trying to think of who in the group. I've lost who was like who.
I was one of the library workers.
It was a member of the Silent Prestige. It was part of the group. I'm not sure any of you actually played Silent Prestige in that. Minnow, I know, was Shadow Hand. Not Minnow. Elise was Shadow Hand.
Meek.
You were a pineapple.
Yeah, and Ava was also Shadow Hand.
Because we were, and then we kind of like segued into,
and then
at the end, but that was
But that was
but was Tyler Silent Prestige?
No, he wasn't.
I know he was also a part of a secret group, but okay.
Tyler was Stronghold.
Okay.
I know about Stronghold.
Yes, you do. Just as a note, go back and by all means watch Library of Souls. It's a one shot and it's on our YouTube. And this is very directly a reference to that. Yes, no one is wrong about that. This prophecy is slightly different for what it's worth. The text of this is different in certain places.
And is this relative to that? How much time has transpired since the Library of Souls?
Around a century, I believe.
Okay, so it could just be that things have gotten mistranslated or whatever.
Yeah, and stuff doesn't. You don't know the original prophecy, but
yeah,
it is about a century later. I'm trying to think. Prophecy of the Library of Souls is 1578. This is 1647, so about 75 years. Gotcha. 70 years. I can do math. It's fine.
Okay, so clearly we've got stuff going on with orbs and lights. Like that's all familiar here, right?
Yeah, did the pulse sensation that he described resonate with me with as far as like the pulsing sensations that I've been feeling regarding the lights and sounds and such?
That was mostly in relation to Ed, the docent, connecting to you. It does strike a chord with you that seems like a good way of describing what you were feeling. Like there was a sound and there was a visual, but somehow it was all mostly more like a feeling inside yourself. Like for you, it felt very much like, or actually around sort of the casing where Ed now sits in your chest plate. It almost felt like a slight vibration there. So like pulse was a very sort of literal, that kind of sensation. And
Lachlan said that he felt this, but and in character, that Mr. Lachlan, sir, I feel like I might have experienced something similar, but we've been in town for the last day or so, and no one has described feeling something like this outside of you.
There, quite a few of them are fish people.
Oh, good. He's like, well, it is possible that if I had to give a source to it, I would say it came from the east. Slightly perhaps to the northeast. I wondered if it might have been around Moontree Rock. And given that I'm closer, that that could explain it. I also don't know if Liba did not mention anything of it to you.
I don't
Liba
think she
didn't,
did.
right?
Yeah, no, I don't think she did.
Well-
Although she may not have thought to mention it. We asked her questions about various people in the town, because she mentioned some people were behaving strangely.
But nothing about a pulsation or anything.
There's several things that I could think of that could account for that. One, it may be that it simply did not reach the town. The second is exactly as you say, perhaps it slipped her mind, or it didn't seem important to her, or any one of a number of reasons. The third is that if she was inside her house and the wards were in place, if it was an effect that the wards removed, but that seems unlikely given that my home is also warded. But I don't know. Perhaps distance plus the warding. I cannot tell.
I don't know if it's of any use, but I recovered this little note. I know that you're very magical. I did what I could to dry it out, but it belonged to one of your attackers, and I know we have a lot of questions. I don't know if this will have any answers, but if there's something you can do with it to make it legible,
Would the mending spell perhaps help?
It could. You could try it. And I would also say that maybe give me mending plus a dexterity or like a sleight of hand check.
Okay. There's mending.
And sort of as you cast mending on it, you can see the paper become a little bit less brittle, almost. Like it regains some pliability.
Yeah.
And it catches fire.
I was going to...
Did anyone take Solate's journal? Or is
I
that
think
still
so.
Okay.
I think I did, because wasn't I the one who found it in her room?
In her
right?
room.
So that would help, because mending is like about, from what I've read, it's like about like fixing a tear in pages and stuff like that. So maybe that would help too if we tried to mend with the book.
So you think maybe it was ripped from the journal?
I thought we found a page that had been torn out.
Yeah, I don't think I'd made that connection, but were there pages torn out of Solate's journal? Is that right? I don't think so.
I didn't think so. There have been pages torn out of some other books you found.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I think what we found
might
was
have...
a note, just a note, but we don't know because it was all
What about
soggy.
Raffini's journal in Thieves' Cant?
Whom?
Yes, that one had a couple of pages, I believe, torn out of it. Was what?
Raffini is the dead guy at the drum and bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does the composition of the page look similar?
To Raffini's? No.
Yeah. Okay. So no point in trying mending with that.
So I will say that it seems like it helped it a little bit. Ressa casting mending on it definitely sort of rejuvenated the paper a little bit. Like Dent dried it out, but if you've worked with like papier-mâché or anything, it's if you get paper really sodden and then like ball it up, it's not like just drying it out gives it back that pliability and lets it pop back out. You feel like that's gotten a little bit closer, but it probably needs another dex check in order to like open it up and spread it out. You're afraid that you're gonna tear it if you keep going.
Did you want to add a guidance to that?
Yeah, probably should. So I would be the one to do the other dex check, or should I pass it?
You
off
can pass
to
it to
someone
anybody else. This object is now like, if we had started with, a wet piece of paper, we now had dry piece of paper. Now we kind of have reconditioned piece of paper just balled up, and you need someone else to try to open it. Or
I'd
you could
probably say, Minnow, I think you're a lot more dexterous than I am. Maybe you want to try this with some guidance.
Bold of you to assume that I can do anything right now. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I have a +4 dexterity.
Oh, that's
my
better
sleight of
than
hand
me.
is 7. If on a, that doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty, but lately I just keep fucking things
Minnow,
up.
you can do
You're
it.
gonna get. She's gonna give you guidance. That the thing that she always does that makes us feel so much better about our roles.
And you know what, Minnow? If you absolutely need it, Minnow, I can be quite inspiring.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh.
if you're unable to do it correctly, we haven't lost anything because it's already a useless piece of
Accept our
paper, and it will
chance to
just
see what this
stay
is.
a useless piece of paper.
I feel like as this debate is
Nothing
going
will be
on,
lost.
Lachlan is just like looking as each of you speak in turn. He's like,
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do it. I will roll a
Can't make
sleight
us
of hand.
lose
Oh
what we
wait,
don't have.
should I roll? I'm gonna roll on
you could
physical dice.
tell you what. You can roll it on roll 20, and if it's like a double fumble or like some of the bullshit that you've been dealing with, we'll let you do it on physical dice.
Ow, that doesn't feel right. Feels like
roll 20's been awful to you recently.
If and only if it's a double fumble. If and only.
But like I don't roll with the 2 rolls unless I'm like have advantage.
It doesn't have
or
to be a double fumble or anything. I just mean like if you get another god awful roll that is beyond the pale.
Okay, here it is. Here's my roll 20. Oh, naturally, now everybody's like, I'm behaving for you because I'm under threat.
And add the guidance to that.
Okay. Let me roll. It's a 22, by the way, since I don't think I said that out loud. +4.
Yes.
26.
26.
It's very hard to sort of, this is paper that's been folded back in on itself and crumpled up. And parts of it seem like it had been sort of worn away or even almost glued together by the moisture and the compression, but it's missing some pieces, but you're able to spread out what's a piece of very rough paper. It's very low quality paper. And on it in the same handwriting from Salate's journal, you see like a little note of investigating possible sources of disturbance and just like a list of areas sort of on the island. And a bunch of them are sort of crossed out quickly. One of the ones that is not crossed out is the northern beach. And another one that is not crossed out is Moontree Rock. Basically from what you can see and from like what you've gathered of I just punched my mic being Rachel today. From what you can gather of what you know of the island's geography, it looks like she kind of started in the southeast and was like working her way up more or less clockwise, and then appears to have stopped or been interrupted or something else before she hit sort of that last quadrant of it.
The most important quadrant, Salate. So I guess we're probably all just kind of pouring around this, but I'll compare it. I'll actually get Salate's journal out and compare and say like, okay, so I think this is definitely Salate's handwriting, and it looks like she was, because wasn't she also like kind of like worried about some of her flock, right? Like they were.
Yeah, she managed the livestock on the island, etc.
Right. So kind of piecing together, like it seems like she was keeping track of disturbances on the island, and I don't know. I think everything is everything since we've gotten here has just been more and more clearly pointing us towards the northeast and Moontree Rock. I think this is.
I think that's where we're going to have to go.
Yeah.
There are many stories.
What can you tell us about Moontree Rock?
Some some islanders say that they see the Fae there. That it's some I've heard describe it as a place where the boundaries between realms is thin. Some describe it as a useful tourist destination. It is certainly beautiful to behold. I myself have never perceived any particularly anomalous energies, but I am not an immensely accomplished mage, so I do not know if my sensitivities are the greatest. He goes, I've mostly had to subsist by the means that you can see around you, and as you look around the room, you can actually see on almost all the shelves, you can see what you recognize as magical scrolls that have had parts cut out of them. And like there's one where he's clearly gluing things together in sort of a new configuration of magic. And he's like, what abilities I once had would probably not have served to defend this place, but I did gain many items like this that have proved useful to me. And Minnow, I want you to make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. I will try roll 20.
15.
15.
Interesting. As he says this, he's sort of like indicating the scrolls and kind of also pats his hand on his spell book. You've seen wizards' spell books before, and something goes off in your mind. And it's specifically I asked you because you're the only person who had asked sort of this question before. Delin is clearly not a holy caster or a nature caster, and you've been fairly sure he's a wizard. He doesn't seem like you or like Dent, where he has other skills and then he just sort of augments them with magic. You've never seen him with a spell book. So that's just sort of popping up in your mind of like, okay, wait, that's weird. The only people I've ever seen cast magic like that, if that's all they do, they have a book.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of look at Delin. What is Delin doing? God damn it. Fucking
Like,
Delin.
right behind
All this
Edge.
time I've been suspicious of him way at the beginning, and then he was so incompetent for so long that we just lost our natural suspicion.
It doesn't mean that he's bad. It could just mean he's like a fucking sorcerer.
Suspicious of
Okay. Sorcerer-spicious?
what is Delin
Suspicious?
doing?
Sorspicious? Thank you.
He's actually he's moved over to one of the bookcases, and he's sort of poring over what Lachlan has done with this sort of cutting out of spell scrolls. He's like, I've Master Lachlan, I've never seen anything like this. You've recombined formulae into new products.
Is this how you got cabbage people in your garden, though?
Oh,
Did you invent
Oh.
cabbage people? Because can I learn that spell?
Can I have one of the cabbage people?
They're
Are
my friends, not my creation.
Can you introduce me? I want to be friends with a cabbage person.
Oh, wait.
Sure.
This is important. You did you summon them? And I pull Finch out of the pocket dimension.
Oh, no, they are not my familiars. They are
Finch poops on the ground.
Nero stares very intently at Finch's face.
Oh crap.
Okay, so you didn't summon them into being. You didn't create them with magic. They're just here? They just live in your garden?
They are a type of creature that I came across in my travels, and I have always had an interest in horticulture and botany, and it seemed that one group that I had found was actually relatively near to here where they had lived. The Moonwater Forest. There was a great fire there some years ago. It destroyed their clan's home. I brought several of them back with me, and they needed a place to live, and I figured I could provide them with that.
Excuse me?
About which part?
What do you know about the fire there? Did you meet any other survivors?
I know very little. I was in the west of Forian, and I was coming back home when it had happened. I was coming through afterwards. I was visiting some acquaintances on the way home at the monastery in the area, and as I was coming back through the forest, I heard the sound of something moving, and it turned out to be these little, I've called them veggie pygmies.
Of course.
Veggie pig.
It's actually the creature name in D&D.
Beautiful. Have I ever heard of them before? Or seen their I mean, I didn't see them because I didn't go on that side of the garden. Do they sound familiar at all to me?
Give me either a history roll or a wisdom roll, if you'd prefer.
Well, history is 0, and wisdom is 3.
So I think you prefer wisdom.
And got it.
Wah wah.
Ah!
Okay. Before I go on, I'm pretty sure I gave everybody inspiration. I don't know you want to spend it on that. I'm just going to ask if you want to spend it on that. That was a fumble, by the way, for those. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Do I want to spend it on this? Do I want to know if I know these veggie pygmies from my burnt down home?
Has many questions about these veggie pygmies, so if you don't, I will be asking
I'll
some.
do it.
Guided.
Wow.
I rolled totals of 4, 5, and 6.
With guidance.
I'm gonna say
With
that
guidance,
you can't really have guidance on this one because this is kind of just an internal spur of the moment.
No,
Plus, there's no way it would be above a 9 anyway, which nothing.
Okay.
It's rare to have
But
a
I am
failure below a 10.
But I am going to say it was worth getting off the fumble. So let me put it this way: fumble was going to be trauma. This is going to be you don't remember. You were very young
trauma.
when the forest burned down. And you do remember a little bit of stories that would be told sort of by the community of other types of creatures like you all that were tenders of the forest and tenders of plant life, but you don't remember anything about them. You just remember you were told, yeah, besides us furbolgs, there's other things that kind of do this, and you maybe wonder if this would be them, but you don't know. Good, just punch the pop filter. That's good. It's good.
I know that there are more pressing matters. And I'll be honest, I've only been paying half attention to them. But I'm not the one who figures these things out. I would like some time, if you will perhaps accompany me, if I could talk to these veggie pygmies, because we don't need to discuss it now, because again, more pressing matters. But my tribe was also lost to that fire, and I am the only remaining one left. And it would mean a great deal to me to meet other survivors and learn what they knew about my home and possibly about my people, because I was very young and I don't remember very much.
As you sort of say this, Lachlan will get a very grave expression on his face and sort of bow his head towards you. He goes, my condolences. Yes, it was a horrifying fire, of course. If you wish to do that now, that is fine. If you are always welcome. You've saved my life. The least I can do is introduce you to my friends who hopefully might know something. I will say they have rather short lifespans, so you might have to be finding this from stories that have been told as opposed to any first-hand experiences, but
Stories are better than the extreme void that exists within me right now. I'll take what I can get.
Speaking of extreme
Ressa's
voids
heart
within,
hurts.
yeah, within people right now,
Me?
good point, Dent.
I like that Sam went from early 2000s emo hair to late 90s spiked up hair.
Wait,
It's not spiked. It's like a coif.
Oh, I'm
before I
sorry.
forget, Ressa, when you cast Mass Healing Word, was that for all of us?
I
Or was that not a real thing?
No,
You were
I
poking at it,
I
okay.
actually wanted to do it, but I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to get it in there before I forgot it.
Okay,
so
so
you did
is it
heal?
for all of us?
It was for everybody.
Okay.
And what do we
Um,
get? How much do we get back?
It
think
was
it was
7.
7?
Okay.
Nice.
I
Okay,
didn't
but
take a single point of damage in that last fight, so
3.
yeah, we took our damage, or I took psychic damage from the garden. That's what I wanted to talk about. So I'm going to be like, speaking of saving your life and massive voids inside people,
why is that the segue?
because because Minnow has a massive void inside of her, but she doesn't. But I don't think Lachlan said that, nor would she say that. But anyway,
Oh no,
she's
Lachlan
like,
definitely went, why was that the segue?
well, because
Okay,
let me tell
because
you
Falcon.
about this vision that I had while I was in your hedges, which
Yes.
yeah, that so I've is that really, you're on an island, don't you think it's a little, okay, you know what, not the time, not the time. Also, like, of all the people to lecture you about paranoia,
Pressing
it's not me.
matters.
I'm a fucking paranoid bitch, so let's just focus. I'm sorry, I'm
Okay,
not.
okay. Can I ask,
Please.
what was the tree? What is the tree? Is the tree a giant cabbage person? Is it a broccoli stalk? What is going on with the tree?
The tree is something closer to what your friend here, who goes with ominous segues, was referring to. He is not my familiar, but I breathed life into him via magics.
Big one that the little ones were talking about waking?
He probably.
No, wait. Okay. Wait. Just wait. Probably?
Well,
What else do you have in the garden?
well, there's kind of in their language, there's a little bit of an ambiguity as to whether big means large, sort of points at, like, you know, Nero and Dent, or strong, realizes he's about to point at, like, Nero and Dent again. It's like, you take my meaning. So they could have been referring to the tree, who is very, very large, or they could have been referring to the wood pile next to the tree.
You have a strong
Asked
wood
like
pile.
3 times. What else is in your garden? What is the wood pile?
Another magical creature. In this case, a friend, actually. A friend I made. He's quite long-lived, so.
Okay, so now that we've established what's in the garden,
There's
we've
also several
established-
fish in the pond. There's the flower beds. Those are just flowers.
Okay, yes. All right, you need
I
to
grow
stop
some
right
mushrooms.
there. Do you? Then my question is, as it was when you opened the door, how did the fishtitions get past your defenses?
They got in through the back. The storm tore down some of my talismans. It put a gap in the barrier there, and they worked their way through the back wall.
Walk towards the other end
storm.
of the room because he's getting very frustrated with this guy.
Are you talking
storm.
about the storm that just happened recently?
Yes. There was a crack of lightning very close to here, and as I went to see what might have been hit, part of my back wall burst down and fish.
Ooh. Do we all know that because I don't think I saw it or heard it, the thing that went by in the storm.
I think it was just Minnow.
Yeah, but I
Mhm.
did talk about it to everybody.
Okay.
And explained like the kind of like cutting through the as if something was moving very fast.
Yeah, there was Minnow. You saw or heard something in that
Yeah,
storm.
I heard. Well, we saw the lights, which is standard. I won't use the word normal, but typical of what happens when these storms happen is we get those orbs, which again, this prophecy and orbs, very interesting that. But this time with the storm, I heard this noise and I describe it like the cutting through the rain, like something was moving very fast. Oh, and it was moving to the west. Is that right? I wrote it down.
West to east.
West to east.
So like if your path was going mostly due north, it sort of cut across your path somewhere north of you.
Okay, so it could have been going north. It could have been going to the northeast of the island.
Or it could have been going directly over Lachlan's. It was very hard to tell. It was a weird noise in the middle of the storm.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. You were able you rolled really well on perception, so you knew where it was coming from and where it was going, and that it wasn't coming towards you.
Yeah. So I'll kind of like, I don't know where it was going, except that I think it was moving, west to east, and it was somewhere north of us, which does kind of coincide with such that I have a mental map of the island, roughly where Moontree Rock is. And again, all roads are leading us to Moontree Rock. That's how the saying goes.
Yeah. So
it was proposed as the town slogan.
Mr. Lachlan, yeah. It's appearing that all of our signs are pointing in that direction. But I do want to let you know that right now, there are several folk in town that maybe you might want to be careful around, because a lot of those people don't seem to think too kindly of you and other magic users at present. The mayor may or may not have insinuated that he thinks you are the cause for all of this.
Aldous? Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
We
And
had a conversation about trusting people and not being bad, so he's probably better now.
Or he's a fish.
or he's a fish. Do you have any idea what might be forcibly turning people into these fish people?
Do you know what the fish people are?
I have not seen their like in my time adventuring. You have probably surmised much of this. They seem to be shape changers. They seem to be based on people. The first time that I encountered any of them, it was one of the two that you took care of. Bodril. He's a dwarf who's very close to my friend Ankend, and he came and said he had a message from Ankend, but I was suspicious, because if Ankend has had a message for me, he's always come to me in the past, and when he tried to go through the gate, it seemed to repel him, which didn't seem like a good sign to me, and he then transformed. Given what occurred with the bodies in that room, I would say it is something that has been done to those people, but I have heard tell of rituals that do something similar. None of them are good, and most of them require a great deal of magical power.
As a brief follow-up to that, outside of the general disdain for magic users, can you think of a reason why someone would have it out for you? Like, what could have possibly attracted these lookalikes to you? There had to have been an intent if they were based on people that you knew.
I do not know. The things that I can point to are largely things that I have...
We just lost Craig.
Greg.
You were just saying the things that I can point to when Craig died.
Now recording.
Thanks, Craig. That's a cat purring right in the mic.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
your cat
but-
purrs are so loud.
She was purring right into the mic.
Kitty.
As I was saying, the only things that I can think of that could perhaps interest them in me or set me apart in any way are things that I have already referred to. I have adventured, unlike most who have lived here. I do have some measure of magical ability, which is somewhat different than here outside of the priest of Bion. I think I am the only one fully capable of using magic. I have more wealth than many on the island as a result of my adventuring. And I do not live in the town itself. It is a good question. I do not know what else there would be, and I do not want to assume that they would be targeting me. I suppose the last, outside of Liba, I would have been the only other one that it would have been difficult for them to get to.
Do you still find that to be the case now that they have broken into your home and begun attacking you? Do you feel that you can still be safe here?
I have enough talismans that I should be able to repair that gap in the defenses.
Is it okay that Liba left her home and shop and then went back into it? As long as she's in it now?
Did you see her after she had returned to the shop?
Yes.
Oh, then it should be fine. The warding doesn't cease if she leaves the shop. It is just around a relatively limited space. I could not do much without being very obvious. And her wards are almost of a different nature than mine. They merely discourage people with hostile intent from noticing her, as well as defending her from effects. And as he says that, Ressa, something procs in your mind that when Liba came out of her house, the mayor seemed like startled and was like, if you recall, was like, what? And now as he's saying, the wards kind of caused people's attention to slide past Liba. That's clicking a little bit in your mind.
Okay. So, well, that might explain why the mayor seemed surprised when he was very startled, I think, when she came out of her house. He happened to be walking past along with us.
Then it is almost certain that Altus is one of these things as well. It doesn't cause people generally to forget that she exists. It is things harboring her ill intent.
Oh, okay. We were suspicious of him.
And give me an insight check, Ressa.
A what check?
An insight check. And you can use guidance on yourself for this if you want to. Like, you're processing through memories, but you know you're doing it. It's not a quick snap.
I was there for this. Can I also do that?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I have a -1 to to all things based there, so this is gonna go great.
And guidance on you too, if I can.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you know what? That'll be good. That'll be real good. Why did it? I didn't mean to set it to
It's fine.
advantage.
So you had a
but
14.
I got a 14 plus a D4. I got a 15.
15. Very good. So, Ressa, you're kind of thinking about this, and you're talking a little bit about it with Dent, who is sort of similarly at the back of the line with you. And Dent, something clicks over in your mind because Ressa had said that to you. And you were closer, so you actually noticed this more. Sarner, the guard who was tailing you all, did not seem startled to see Liba.
Okay.
Because he was sort of walking right along with you, and when he saw Liba, he was just sort of like, "Oh, hi, Liba," and then kept going.
I would repeat this fact to Ressa.
Okay.
So it seems that Sarner probably is not a fish person changeling.
Okay. That would make sense.
Yet.
Yet. Well, we don't know
Yet.
how they become fish people.
Werewolves. They gotta be bitten.
Fish bites.
I have
Fish
a quick question. So Raffi, that was the name of the person that we got their journal from?
Did he sing Wheels on the Bus?
Raffin.
Sorry.
Raffin. Okay, yeah, my handwriting is atrocious. It's Raffin.
Raffin. Did they what was the manner of their death?
We definitely investigated that. We had they were stabbed with a blade, like a sword that matched Salate's, but there was also what was probably like the tentacles, was it? Like bruising that matched like the fish people tentacles. Or that we saw on the boats.
Yes.
So
Well, now that we know that she's a physician.
At this, I would bring up to Lachlan. Lachlan, did you know Raffin by any chance?
I did. Yes. You
well,
put that in the past tense.
Yeah, we have some unfortunate news. They were also a target of the fish people, and they succumbed to the fish people.
Then they are targeting people with the means to fight back against them.
Hey, Nero, now's a really good time to
I was just going to do that. I was waiting to not interrupt Dent because I'm trying to be more polite. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Can you fix them?
No. I'm going to just very gently push Nero's hands down and be like,
we were asking, right? Because he's magical and could...
No. I'm going to be like, this is us. Okay, Nero, imagine that you were part of a really cool secret group. And in order to prove that you were part of that secret group, you had to have like a card that showed your identity in that group. And like every time you met another member, like this is my best guess, right? You like show your little card, right? Like, oh, here's my badge. This is your badge. This is the badge. So we're okay. Anyway, Lachlan,
another secret group?
No,
I don't think that's how we end up.
No.
I don't think we're part of that group. But I think that we were told, listen, Lachlan, do we know the name Silent Prestige? We do, right?
Yeah, because it was wasn't it what I decoded the first time? It said for me to find the Silent Prestige.
The book that you had said find the Silent Prestige, because again that the circles were being manipulated, these power brokers in Amechia, the kingdom you're in, and that the dancing court of Forian, where you're from, was also being manipulated.
And I'll produce the note that was left on my pillow, along with the locket, which I'm very, very bitter about producing right now, and kind of like just like I'm sensing all of this is silent prestige related. Is that your business? Is that your jam? Hey, Dylan, act like you're not listening.
Okay. He's just gonna like sort of like open a book and start leafing through it. Lachlan will sort of. I am not a member of any particular organizations. However, I have in the past been employed by them with perhaps more knowledge of their operations than others. That, yes, you have perhaps surmised correctly as to Raffin's membership. You can stop doing that, by the way. It's not going to produce any sound.
Never.
We'll buy you some network. It's actually like so much better for us to just have these. Like, again, the secret like membership card that opens doors certain places.
You told me that I wasn't a secret member.
But it gets people to talk to us. Like, look, we're getting information.
You're pretending.
That's
Pretend.
not really what I do well.
Yeah, we know.
And he'll sort of look at the letter and he goes, as I've said, I'm not a member of any particular groups, but and as such I do not know. I have retired from adventuring. I do not keep tabs on where operatives are and whose operatives are where. I will say that yes, this looks like someone very much pointing you to have a meeting with Raffin on this island if you were able to get here.
Yeah.
I would also say again, if Raffin is dead,
Yes.
and they are targeting
He
me
is
as
dead.
well, they are targeting the people who would have had the means to fight back.
That would
If
explain why they ambushed us.
so, if
It
they're
would.
targeting those that can fight back, they to what end though? I realize
Stop
Dent would
them from
probably not be the
fighting
person
back?
to ask that question, but that's what I'm asking myself.
He'll sort of control. If I had to venture a guess, control. If you take out the people who can fight back, no one will fight you. You have more time, you have more opportunities, you can proceed as you want to. I do not know. I do not know who these people are. I do not know how they have turned into this. While you were at Raffin's, did you perhaps find a blade?
Like a sword?
Not in
Yeah.
character. I think we did.
Yeah, you
Well,
did.
sort of.
We did.
We found,
The head of a glaive.
yes.
I found his little secret room. I found it
Yeah,
very quickly.
in character, I'll say,
Minnow is just like her hand clenches on the note a little bit and it's just like, Catch found it.
I got this there, and I hit my helmet.
Yes, but it was not a sword. It would have, though it may have appeared as such to you all.
I'll pull it out. The head of a glaive.
Yes, it seems to me. He's gonna walk to the other corner of the room, and sort of reach up on top of one of the bookcases, and pull down essentially what looks like a staff wrapped in cloth, and hand it to you. He goes, "It was an item that Raffin had found. This portion of it had been damaged, and he asked me to look into it because it had been magically damaged. If he is dead and people are breaking into my house and there are fish people, it seems to me that perhaps it should be with you all."
we're fairly quick at taking care of the fish people. Do you happen to know if all of the fish people are people, or if some are just fish people? Is there a way to tell the difference?
Nero, I don't think the people can come back once they're fish people. I'm really sorry.
But Lachlan just said that he doesn't know how they become it, so maybe once he knows how they become it, they can unbecome it.
Yeah, you have a point.
Thank you.
Lachlan, when it comes to magical items, Galway, remind Elise, the locket that I have, what that has caused so much trauma. This, I have been given little hints that perhaps it is more magical than I think it is, right? Like Minnow thinks it's just a mundane locket, but like besides the rune etching that was begun but not finished, there may be something else going on with it.
There could be something else, though that also might have been the rune etching. It was hard for Ressa to tell. Like, you had never really showed it to Ressa with Identify or Nero with Detect Magic. And I seem to remember from that when they looked at it, it was already after that rune had been placed on it, and they could feel like the beginnings of threads of magic moving through it.
So I'll show the locket again and just be like, since we're talking about magical items and things, why would you etch this rune onto something, or what runes would go with it to make it a spell? Because I don't think it's a complete thing, is it?
And he'll look at it and he's like, no, this is the beginning of runic incantation. There is one rune here. Most spells require a formula of either 3 or 5 runes. Given how small this is and the size of the rune, I would suspect that whoever was doing it was going for 3. And as he's saying this, Ressa, this is all clicking in your mind of, that makes sense. You mostly know. You don't focus really on the enchantment of items in that way. You are much more able to directly imbue them with divine power. But that does match with the techniques. It's usually in sets of 3 or 5, very rarely 7, and very rarely 1. 1 produces a very, very weak effect. So that would normally more be like it doesn't tarnish kind of thing that you put on it. Above the table, in that would make it maybe a trinket. This one, he's like, I am not directly an expert in these types of magics. Any number of formulae could begin with this rune. It's impossible to tell without at least the second. This would narrow it down maybe to 3 dozen potentialities.
Okay. In the context of thinking that perhaps someone from the Silent Prestige began this engraving, does that help narrow it down further?
Again, I'm not experienced in this, but I could see an incantation beginning with this, a formulae beginning with this, producing the effect of it making no noise, which would fit, but
Lockets.
Yeah, lockets
but
aren't really
without going too far into it, normally it is something that would more obviously make noise.
Sound. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you taking a look at it, and I put it away.
So
Of course.
I don't usually take any form of point when it comes to these things, but moving forward, this is fairly important to me in being able to help and do this. Can you look at the fish people that are dead in your hallway? Can you see if you can see what has happened to them and understand its process, or for us to be able to see it better I'm assuming you are possibly on the same page as me, that you would like to move forward with this, eradicating the fish people without unnecessarily eradicating more of your community members. And I hope that perhaps with a little bit of investigation and your obviously large font of knowledge, that maybe you could look at them and figure something out to help us to differentiate or to possibly turn things around. I would greatly appreciate if that could be a concentration of yours.
Dent definitely wouldn't know about this, but if anyone would know of the magic of speaking to the dead, maybe they might ask Lachlan if he's aware of it.
Actually, weeks and weeks ago, it feels like when I had brought that up, if maybe the priest could talk with dead. I was just looking at my spell list and realized that I could actually do that. I don't have it prepared, but yeah.
In the future?
So, in the future, I think
clerics choose spells every day, right?
Yeah.
After each long rest.
Yeah.
Yep. So if we, we could think of, 5 questions, I think.
Yeah.
I think so.
I just want Lachlan to look at shit and tell me some stuff.
Yeah. But if we think there's information that we could get, from their personal experience,
Yeah,
how
probably.
they became a fish person, then we'd have to long rest. Then I could.
He's gonna sort of. He's wandered out at this point. He's like, you hear sort of a thump in the other room, probably from him like turning the body over, and you'll hear sort of some tearing of cloth. He's looking at them. And yeah, Minnow, you're now in there. You can see him. He's sort of like peering up and down, looking. He turns them over, and again, he finds on their back a scar pattern, similarly to what you had found on Salate. He's looking at us.
I'm gonna back into the room.
And that scar pattern was like lightning, but not lightning.
Yeah, it seemed like it was sort of like jagged, and it was on the borderline of being like a burn, and it seemed like it was an electrical burn almost. Like didn't look like Nero. It looked like things when they're hit by lightning.
Okay.
And he's sort of looking at it, and he goes, "This, why are you walking backwards?"
I don't generally kill people, and it's hard for me to accept that these fish people were people. I eventually need to confront that, but I'm figuring if we need to move forward with killing fish people, that I'm not ready to confront it just yet.
He's looking at them. He goes, I will need to conduct a bit more research, but this suggests to me that the magic has been cast into their flesh itself. So there are 2 possibilities, generally, with this type of spell. I will say that while they are like this, they are no longer the people they were. That much is certain. They were more that fish creature than they were this form. It fundamentally transformed them. In my experience with spells of this type, there's one of 2 outcomes. Upon killing the one who has inscribed the spell, they tend to either undo the spell, returning them to their original form, or kill them instantly.
And we are pretty sure Salate was dead before we killed her as a fish person, because she had sustained injuries that she couldn't have survived.
Right.
The transformation process could have also healed her in some way. By becoming this new thing, it is as if a new creature has been born. Wounds sustained in her old form would have become irrelevant.
We worry that the people of Moontree Isle, that some of them have possibly already been infected but not changed. Are they savable?
This is not an infection. This is a ritual performed upon a body, a person. I say body here not to imply that they must be dead, but rather that it is their core being itself is changed. I could not, even if I knew this spell, horrific as it is, I could not cast it at any distance. I would need to have the person there, almost certainly restrained for a period of time. These rituals are not quick or simple ones.
But there are some people on the island who Liba had mentioned are acting strange and different. Is it too late for them?
I do not know. These are shapeshifters. They could be appearing as they used to be. They could be unable to. I would again say that it seemed like he was about to point to the dwarf body that's in front of him and then stops as he like sees you facing the door jam. He goes, I would remind you that I saw one transform in front of me. So clearly this is a thing they are capable of. I do not know. There could be many kinds. There could be only this kind, and I am not familiar enough. I can continue doing research, but as I said, with a ritual of this type, I would expect that you must kill the person who cast it. And even then, it might kill those who were taken by it.
Are you a powerful enough magician to be able to help them if we kill the caster? If we take out the main threat?
I mean, it's either going to save them or kill them when we take out that main threat. I don't think that we need to do something to reverse it, is what Lachlan's saying, right?
I don't think we have
Rachel
time.
understands this, but Nero doesn't fully. So Nero is trying to get some kind of like reassurance from Lachlan that he can do something. And it's fine if it's not forthcoming, but that's just where
Lachlan's actually going to walk over and sort of reach up and put his hand on your shoulder. You are a very kind soul. I can assure you that if you are able to get to whatever did this and end them, if these people can be saved, they will be saved. I do not promise you that they can be. But if they can be, that should accomplish it with or without my intervention. I can also say that you are most welcome to speak to my friends in the garden at any time.
I would say then that it stands to reason that if we want to minimize potential damage, then the fewer people that are converted to fish people, the better.
Oh,
and we've lost Craig again.
Also, I wanted to say minimize. I just have to click Sam's face whenever that happens, and then it stops happening.
You have to click my face.
Now recording.
Yeah, so it would be best if we acted sooner to minimize any potential loss of life.
To minimize?
I like that you you snuck
Hook,
that in and it wasn't
line,
you're like, I'm
and
do
sinker.
It again.
Play it back. Make sure it gets recorded this time. Waka, waka.
So we need to go to this rock then.
Seems like it.
Is it far?
Maybe an hour is
what time of day is
it? Assist Lachlan in fixing his stuff so he doesn't get attacked while we're gone.
What fix? Did we ruin any of his stuff? Oh, the hole in the wall.
Yeah, how these fish guys got in here.
He'll actually go and he'll sort of grab the talisman that had been, like, he had been actively working on. It was the first one that Minnow saw. And he'll be like, if you can just stay with me for a moment, it should be fine. It's but the work of a moment. I didn't build an entire map for the back of all of this. It's fine.
From what I recall about Speak to the Dead, if it's not like a friendly person, they're not going to be inclined to give you a truthful answer. So I don't.
They aren't compelled to give you a truthful answer if they think you're hostile to them. But the dwarf might be friendly to us, whereas the fish person might not, right? And so if we're able to talk to like the dwarf person's spirit or Salate's spirit, as opposed to like the fishgician.
Unless they no longer have their spirit because they're fish people.
And we'd have to talk to them to find that out.
Yeah.
So yeah, what time of day is it? Is it getting late? Or
No,
is it
it's
still
about
early?
like 1:30.
Okay.
Probably. You've been moving at a good clip.
We need to do it quickly, but at the same time, do we want to try and get there fully fresh? Or what are our thoughts?
I mean, I think I haven't used any of my spell slots.
I've used one, but I'm at full health.
I've used 5 out of 6 key points. So, but that's just, I could still do.
Do you get those back on short rest at all, or only?
I only have one superiority die left.
So,
Okay.
But I can't remember.
Do you get those back on short rest?
I can't remember. Very rarely do we take a short rest.
Yeah. I'm doing.
Oh yeah, it just says you must spend at least 30 minutes of the rest meditating to regain your key points.
I don't have that.
Yep, short or long.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
And
So,
for
we can also short rest, but
superiority die. The only thing that we'll be missing then is the being able to speak with the dead, right?
Right. And
although I don't
slightly down on spells.
And superiority is also short rest.
Oh,
okay. So Sam and Heather could recover spell slots if we full rest. Otherwise, we just need a short rest. I mean, I think it's pretty evident that whatever we're walking into is going to be like big. I don't know. I mean, thoughts? I mean, I could see us resting before we do this because we might as well go fresh and with as much information as we can.
Yeah. Whatever we might be able to glean from the dead bodies.
It's the rock is our destination.
Everything's been pointing that way.
And if it's
at least up in the north.
If it's not the rock, then it's gonna be somewhere up further north. But either way, it's
underneath.
Right? That's close.
Yeah.
To where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So it might stand to reason to stay here and possibly have Lachlan learn more about the fish people and gain more information and rest and talk to them in the morning and then head out while we are fresh.
I think a long rest isn't a bad idea here. I mean, it sucks to waste half a day. The only thing that, like, what if the whatever was moving, like, this is our chance to see it and we waste it by, like, it leaves or...
I think that
we could always run away.
Gone. I mean,
it was moving really fast.
And we spent how long trying to get through his defenses?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, okay, imagine that thing has like 4 hours of business at Moontree Rock, and we're at hour 2.5 now. If we went right now, we could catch it at the tail end of its business. Whereas the longer that we wait, the higher the chance that it's leaving. I see your point, though. It's hard. Dylan?
No.
That's a joke, right?
Dylan, do you...
I mean, you'd be a pretty good scout, don't you think, Dylan?
Do you have advice? Do you think we should push ahead or stay and be fresh for this, whatever we're about to go to?
Hey, DM, what should the group do?
I mean, Dylan has just been good counsel for us in the past.
And Chris needs a quick refresher. Okay, so we are here. We were hired to take Dylan to Moontree Isle so that he could go to his his place, right? And that is in the northern area, correct?
Yes.
So, I mean, I have a feeling Dylan's gonna just be like, "Look, as long as you freaking get me there." I mean,
Well, let's.
He's actually he's gonna sort of look and look like he's kind of pondering, and you hear his voice in your mind, Minnow. Like, I do not know. I am very concerned that my group, as you know, is located near the rock where everything seems to be coming from. I am very worried that whatever is doing this is very strong and may have already killed most of my friends. On the other hand, if whatever it is very strong, I understand the desire to sort of go in rested and well prepared, but I also fear that if it hasn't already killed everyone, giving it more time in which to do so is not good. Ultimately, I leave the decision with you all. You know your capabilities. You know how... I am not a fighter. The tactics of this, the methods of this will rest on you. That is the burden I have placed upon you, but it also gives you the freedom to choose.
Well, I have some healing spells left. Do we have any potions?
I have a potion.
Okay.
And
I have a potion.
I have one as well.
just throwing this out there, Mr. Lachlan, sir, but you don't happen to have like Revivify or
like scroll?
like any sort of magics that would allow us to commune with the dead?
It's too late for Revivify.
I do not. 1 minute. You get
Yeah,
1 minute on Revivify.
No, but like I thought we were gonna take Revivify with us so that we didn't have to.
In case you get
high spell slot. Yeah.
Do you have any potions or healing scrolls or anything?
Yeah, anything that you can give us to equip us.
He'll sort of like look through it. He goes, he has handed you the staff for the glaive, Ressa, which you can easily reassemble if you wish to.
I would love to.
Okay.
And then I would sit down and ritual cast Identify on it.
Cool. You can actually say you've been doing that like since he handed it to you. Let me click that into your journal. Your name is Ressa. There we go.
Ooh.
He'll sort of like look through sort of he kind of has the spell scrolls almost in like folios. He's gonna sort of pull out a couple because I did not have direct use for these in assembling my wards. If they would be of use to you, you are welcome to them. There is a scroll of is it Mass Healing Word? And there is a scroll of where in my notes did I put that? Hellfire.
There's a scroll of Hellfire? It's worth a shot.
Yeah, wouldn't you enjoy that? Give. There's also a scroll of daylight.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Let's take them.
Thing for us non-magic users?
Oh, you can use scrolls, can't you?
Points at the...
Can anybody use scrolls?
Yeah, that's... Technically, by the direct 5e rules, no, because they made scrolls weird and really, really gimped so that you could only use a spell scroll if you were a caster that was able to cast that spell from your spell list and you had spell slots for it. So it basically just became you could do a free spell that you could already potentially do. I've always just ruled it that as long as you have, if you're not a casting class at all, you might need to make an Arcana check just to activate the scroll, or someone could point out to you how to do that. But I always have just ruled it as, it's a scroll, go nuts. It is magic stored in a piece of paper. That is the entire freaking point of it. Sorry, I was going to say that just in case I'm like, that is why Lachlan, for example, is using far more high level effects than he apparently seems to be able to cast himself, because he's weaving them into these kinds of talismans. He would be like, I have a couple of potions. I'd rather not give away both of them in case I get hurt, but certainly you could take one of them. Also, the glaive, I suspect, quite useful. I don't actually know what it does when it's combined.
I would tell everybody. You want me to read it out loud, or
I can do it as a show to players.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Is it showing up?
I don't see anything yet.
No.
I click the show to players button and it's not doing anything. That's literally what that button is supposed to do.
Fun.
Okay, I put it in all players' journals.
Yeah. Thunder and lightning.
It's a +1 magical weapon, magical slashing damage as per a glaive. 3 charges, replenish each day at dawn. It has the same thing as a lot of them. If you run out of charges, there's a chance that it breaks. Charges, you can either essentially make a thunderous, what is it? Thunderwave?
Yeah.
The equivalent of a thunderwave spell. Or you can
lightning.
Yeah, or you can create a small sort of lightning bolt effect.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So
glaives are heavy, two-handed, and have reach.
So regarding like if we're going to take a long rest or not, bear in mind again, Dent does not sleep, breathe, or eat. So he can basically stay on guard and protect Lachlan and Dylan and, you know, be watch for the party while everyone regains spell slots, and maybe we do the speak with the dead.
I'm personally I'm pushing for, I think, short rest and go. But just because I think everybody pretty much regains everything except for Ressa, who's, I don't think, in a terrible way.
No, I'm not in a terrible way. So
And that way we could, it's still early, and
you did just get a heal spell back in scroll form.
Got a heal spell from a scroll. I get my stuff back. Ketch gets his stuff back.
Speak with the dead. Do we need to take the body, or can we just take like a pinky finger and talk?
Have to have the mouth.
I know in other things I've seen, they just take the head.
Yeah.
So how do we
would
feel
Nero
about
be okay with it chopping off the head? And
Nero
then
would have no part of it for sure. You can do it while he's not looking.
Yeah, I think that Minnow would be like, I mean, if like everybody go meditate, Nero. Why don't you find a nice place to meditate?
Dent wouldn't care.
Talk with the veggie pygmies if I could.
Well, don't you have to meditate to get your key points?
For 30 minutes, and a short rest is usually an hour, right?
Okay.
So I do 30 minutes talking, 30 minutes meditate?
And I'm gonna pull Ressa aside and be like,
only talk for 30 minutes.
Yeah. To
I'll give out a sentence.
To do the whole talking to the dead thing, like, what if we just,
that as long as we have their head, that would work. Nero would be pretty freaked out about that.
We can
and
hide it from Nero.
You're going to see Lachlan just kind of toss you a small cloth bag. There you go.
Thank
Nero
you.
is gonna walk
With
to
the
Lachlan.
head in it?
No,
No,
to
just
put the
a
head.
bag. You need
To
something
hold
to
the
hold
head.
it.
I would
Oh.
like to speak with the veggie pygmies alone, but I would like if you could perhaps accompany me to introduce me.
Of course. Yes. He's going to sort of like look at Minnow like, I'll go with your friend Nero to the garden.
Thank you so much, Lachlan. And as you guys leave, I'll be like, is there anything we can do to make this less bloody? I mean, I know the body's been here.
Prestidigitation.
Just like hold the
Constantly.
blood at bay. I'm just trying to like not make a big old blood stain on Lachlan's floor because even a
No,
dead
well,
body beheading is
Let's
probably
just drag him outside and do it.
Drag him outside,
Okay.
Yeah,
find a
I'll
sheet,
pick him
and
up,
cover
and
him
then
in.
I can pick him up and do the good old fillet.
Okay.
You know,
We're gonna go somewhere far away from the garden so that Nero
Like
doesn't
out the
see us.
front door, because the garden's in the back.
Garden's off to the no. Garden's in the front. It's off to the side.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
Can we
'cause
go out
came
the
in the
can we go
front.
out the hole in the back of the or did he already patch that?
He already patched it.
He patched that.
Okay.
Um,
But there's a back door, right?
Just
they're
go out
actually-
the front. I mean, they're going to be in the garden.
Yeah, they're in the garden,
Nero's
and
not
you would
gonna be able
know
to
that
see
Okay,
us.
okay.
you would know that
we
if you
can
just
go
sort of went out and
around
like
the other side
to
of
the
the
other
house.
side of the house. Yeah.
I don't know how if we're gonna go. Really, from what Lachlan said, it's either we're either going to have to kill them because they're attacking us, or we're going to have to overpower them and tie them up until we kill whatever cast the spell. And so I don't know that we're really going to get anything useful. I suppose it won't hurt to take it along.
I think that it's worth doing in the once we have the spell at any rate, because we might find something out. And I agree with you
True.
though, like the fact that Lachlan straight up said like these things are more fishgician than they are right. Like the spell fully transforms them. When they attack us with the intention to kill us and
As a fish.
And like I know it. If we can save them, we should. But I think I agree with you. I just think maybe we could learn something about where they've been or how
Or
they've been
who-
accessing different parts of the
or
island.
who did it?
to him?
who turned them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did it? Where they did it?
Because Lachlan said it had
Yeah.
to be a ritual.
And-
where are they performing the ritual?
What we're getting ourselves into, like if we delay, if we don't have to walk into whatever we're walking into today, and we can do it in the morning after we talk to this person,
I mean,
maybe we can
we could
find
rest
out
8
what we're
hours
walking
now.
into.
Do we actually have to wait until it's night to go to sleep, or can
No,
we?
I mean, like we could
go to bed
like
early?
long rest now and like leave in the middle of the night. I don't.
But Nero wanted a short rest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nero wants to go.
Yeah, because aren't we doing short rest? Or I thought that's what Minnow had been kind of saying too. I was.
No, I mean that's
That's
fine. Minnow was on the fence about long rest or short
okay.
rest. So.
My interpretation of like your hesitation was that you were thinking we should go short rest, and that Dylan was more short rest inclined as well. And personally, like I said, all I need is a short rest to get my stuff and catch too. And I think Ressa said she wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
So I figured, why not? But if people
Yeah.
want to do a long rest,
I think the only thing, like, we're taking a gamble on getting information from this head / dwarf that would actually give us enough of an edge going in that we're not going to get like ambushed or like walk into a trap, right? Like, but we don't know that we're going to get that. So I don't think it's worth it. I think we this thing.
We don't know that we're going to get it. We also don't know if we're going to be encountering whatever it is we might be encountering today.
Exactly.
Right.
So I think there's just not enough. We take the
my
head.
inclination is to move forward, because I think we're more likely to encounter something than we are, like we might possibly not get anything from.
So
Yeah.
Moonrock today,
Yeah.
then long rest, and then if we have to go further north to Dellen's people, we'll have had the long rest and we'll have attempted to commune with our dead dwarf head.
Yeah.
friend.
Do we
And
want to take both heads?
some of you would know that like Minnow would have just heard that Dellen's people are more around Moontree Rock.
Yeah, they're at the rock.
It would
I
mainly
think,
be that
we're converging.
It would mainly be that you saw some caves that were more accessible from the water to the north. That was sort of on the smuggler's map. That was kind of the thing of, if it's going to be further north, it's going to be the smuggler's caves.
Yeah. I mean, we can take both heads. Do you think it's worth casting? Like, this is kind of high level spell. It's worth casting twice.
Yeah, I can only cast it once, I guess.
Okay. All right. This is it. Dent, will you do the honors?
And then he summons his black ethereal greatsword and does the good old choppy chop.
You've got a head.
As Dent chops off his head, Ketch has just had what he thinks is an epiphany. Oh, Minnow. Back where we were, not here, but the other place, because Chris can't remember the name. The town we were at before.
Terminal?
Yes. Remember? Do you remember? They were talking about how people just walked into the water.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are there fish people there too?
I think those are the fish people. I think. Oh God.
At least some of them.
If that's, do you know how many fish people we're walking towards? Like, we could be. Because, like, if all of those people are essentially in some way being transformed into fish people, and then they can breathe underwater because they're fish,
they're all coming here.
They're all coming here, but we still don't know what those like big drag marks in the water were either.
Right.
Because something else is going on underwater. Maybe that's just the smuggling operation. No.
I mean, it could be. Maybe they're
boats,
like hauling.
right?
Like they got a big haul that they're dragging across. But the people who were walking into the water.
Yes, the fish people were walking. The people. I think that the people that are disappearing are fish people now.
In fact,
they're coming to the island.
But that means that the ritual is not happening here.
Oh, I see.
It would have to be happening
that there's
both
a ritual
places,
happening there too.
Right.
Or that they can make them.
You're not here, Nero. You're not here. You're not here.
Some kind of Pied Piper shit that's calling people to walk towards the island before they get fully changed.
Or if it's
then
the
how would
thing
they
that
get
travels
fully
in the
changed? Otherwise,
storm.
they die and then they float to the top.
Yeah, how would they?
They make them also really heavy and able to breathe underwater.
I mean, water breathing is, you can like cast that on a bunch of people.
Well, yeah. Or what if it's the thing that travels in the storm?
Oh God. Yeah, it's like going places. That makes so much sense because it's lightning bolting things and they have electrical scars.
So can I just say, as a DM, this is like peak joy as we're like getting ready to go into a break and everyone is just like, oh my God, which of the pieces are relevant? And oh God, they fit together this way and this way and this way. But I think with you all now with a freshly severed head and a sack, which I believe was of the dwarf, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nero walking to the garden with Lachlan. Let's go ahead and take our break there. We will veggie piggy conversation and then see what else happens from there. And you all are sort of on the clock for a short rest at this point. So we can say that you are starting that. Okay. Honestly, you haven't been doing anything exertive enough in, say, the last 15 minutes of this even that you can have already started that clock. Radio, we will be back in 13 minutes. A round number. Stay tuned. Hope y'all are having fun, and we will be back real soon.
See you in a minute.
Hello, everybody. I think we should be visible and audible again to you all momentarily in my world. So before the break, the DoorDashing Marauders proceeded to have a conversation with Lachlan around what he knew, what he had seen. He revealed that an augury he'd been casting went very weirdly, and that worried him. That was why he sort of put some preparations defensively in place. He this had harkened back to him for events that had surrounded an event long before in an area called the Library of Souls, where the prophecy had come out of, and then he had pulled that out and was sort of looking things over with it. Showed that to them. They discussed the nature of the fishgicians. That is a sentence I never actually really thought I was going to say. Discussing the nature of fishgicians. It's also just a lot of S sounds.
Fishgician. Judicial system.
And essentially he believes that this was a ritual that was cast on them that fundamentally altered them. It's not as easy as like casting like a dispel magic or a lesser restoration or a greater restoration. Like this isn't a curse. This is something that has fundamentally changed them. And in his opinion, the only real course of action to solve anything would be killing whatever or whoever cast the spell. And even then that might not bring them back. Might just kill them all. But if it was going to kill them all, there wasn't really anything else that he was going to be able to do, or anyone, as far as he knows, would really be able to do. The group debated the merits of a short rest versus a long rest. For now, at least, settling out on a short rest. That'll let most people get most of their resources back. That'll also let Nero have at least a 15-minute conversation with some Vegapygmies who seem to have come from the forest that he did back before it burned. Incidentally, that was my second favorite moment, was as much as like everyone who was in Library of Souls reacting to the prophecy was third. Second was me like casually mentioning like, yeah, they came from this forest where there was a fire, and Rachel just be like, what? That sounds familiar. And then last was what we sort of closed with, which was the group/players just sort of going full Pepe Sylvia meme, as they were like, oh shit, what are the consequences and ramifications of all of these things we have found out? So yeah, now we will return to, I'm not going to switch the map because where you sit doesn't really matter. Return to the garden. Lachlan's walking you out. Should mention, shortly after Lachlan walked Nero out, the rest of the Marauders hacked the head off of the dead dwarf fishgician, stuffed it in a bag that Lachlan had given them so that they can cast Speak with Dead on it later.
As one does.
Yeah, as one does. It's answers to go.
And I would like to reiterate that I would have like found a towel or a sheet or something and covered it. So
yeah. And you've sort of dragged
Lachlan
it around.
Gave us a bag of, or for the head
No,
too.
The
So
body, yeah.
Yeah.
You sort of covered the
Not
body.
that I would
outside.
be looking at
Yeah.
it, so.
So Nero, Lachlan has led you out to the garden, and he'll walk you sort of down this path past a tree that kind of turns to look at you a little bit. And then leads you into what's essentially a cabbage patch. And as he said there, he'll sort of like speak somewhat haltingly, but in a language that almost sounds like the rustling of leaves. And you'll see several of the plants sort of stand up, walk over, and totter over towards you. Again, I would say if you're trying to aim for the shortest possible time, you have about 15 minutes before you need to enter meditation.
Don't we get a full hour, or?
I was just saying if you want the shortest possible time, because the last 15 minutes have kind of counted. Because you've just been mostly chatting about how to dismember a body or whether or not you should. Not super high effort. You could take a little bit longer if you wanted to. I was just saying, if you were going for like the minimal time to get back on the road, that's about it. I will also say, while meditating, they could still talk at you.
Right.
Though you had expressed to Lachlan that you wanted to speak to them alone. He goes, yes, they are interested to speak to you. I mentioned that you are very kindly and kind-hearted, and that is a thing they appreciate. I do have worries as to whether you could communicate with them.
If you want to stay here, that's fine. It was more that I didn't want this to be a whole party affair. My friends don't necessarily all know about my whole history, and perhaps now is not the time to drag them down with it. So
Of
your
course.
presence is welcome here, though.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you merely wished to sort of interact with them, if you had the ability to speak to plant life generally.
I can speak to them, but that's about as far as it goes.
Okay. Perhaps then, if it is all right with you, I will stay and facilitate as a translator. What would you like to ask them?
Well, I can ask them. Can you just tell me what they say back?
Of course, of course.
And so they should be able to understand the words that I say. Hello. My name is Nero. I am a Firbolg. And I am from the same location that I have heard your ancestors are from. And I too lost people there. And because of that, I don't know anything about where I'm from or the people I'm from. And I had hoped that perhaps you could have information to share, even if you didn't, or your ancestors don't have stories about my people. I thought perhaps they could have stories about the location and I could know.
And so now there's sort of like a sorry, as Chelsea just said. It's the sound of like very agitated, like it's almost like a quick breeze, then another quick breeze, and like through a large tree, so that like the rattling of the branches sort of comes in at different times. And they're sort of all looking now up at Lachlan, who's nodding slowly. And he'll turn to you. He's like, they say that you are one of the moss giants. The ones who also stood guard over the forest. And over the... over the stone? I'm unclear on what they're describing, but yes, they recognize you as one of the people, one of a people that they knew. They just there's again still like your people watched the boundaries of the wood. You roamed it from side to side. You gathered information and brought it from one part of the forest to another, almost as migratory animals transmit seeds. You gave information. You made sure that if there were areas in need, you could fix it. And you were also able to speak to the outsiders, to the creatures like myself, which they were generally unable to. I also apologize if any of this is, if I miss any meanings. I have taken great pains to learn their language, but it's not the simplest thing in the world.
You can only do the best that you can, and I would expect no more.
Their people tended the heart of the wood. The stone at the heart of the wood. They they enjoyed it because yours were, outside of the beasts of the forest, almost the only people that came to visit them and commune with them. They recognize this. Many of your people learned their language. It was easier, they say, for you all than it was for me, and you all were better. I tried.
We naturally are good at just talking to anybody. I can talk to people, I can talk to animals, I could talk to plants. Only the people ever really talk back, but
Well, the plants are also people and are talking back at the moment. They and you're gonna see like one of them has sort of have you like crouched down at all, or are you still just standing?
oh yeah, for sure. I would say that I'm like sitting cross-legged on the ground.
One of them is gonna kind of like slowly walk up to you and sort of reach. It almost looks like a root stalk, a hand up towards you, and will sort of very lightly touch the burned side of your face, or like of your arm, which I think is also burnt. They are sorry. There is no one. There are none of them left who were in the burning itself. I did my best, but the shock of moving, along with what had transpired, I think took a great toll, but they were able to survive. They talk. They want to know what you remember of that.
Oh, that's a difficult question. I was fairly young and I was able to escape because I was small and I was fast. So you can see I didn't fully escape everything. I have burns down half my body, but they've healed. I don't know if it was just that I was too young or if it was too traumatic of an experience, but I don't remember anything of where I was born or of my people. I grew up with monks from the Moongaze Woods Monastery who found me after. All they could say was that it was bandits that lost control of a campfire and burned it down. Other than that, I have no real memory of.
As you got to like, sort of what the
Somebody just left. Was it Sam or Craig? It was Sam.
Sam.
Okay. I just heard the leaving thing and I wanted to make sure it wasn't Craig.
Apologize to everybody on stream for the fact that like Chris is now split across half of Chris and half of Heather. The alignment gets a little bit funky when we lose a camp.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
When you get to like sort of what the the monks had described to you, it's like hold on, one at a time. They say that is not true. It was not bandits. Again? No, it was salt demons. They say that salt demons came and set fire to the Heartwoods and took the Heartstone. I am afraid I do not know what this means, but
have I ever heard of salt demons before?
No.
Okay.
They're sort of again like rattling very vigorously. This is the story that was passed down, that by those who had survived to their children that the salt demons came and looked for the stone. They burned the heartwood, they burned the forest to ensure that they found it. I was looking in that prophecy, it makes reference to things falling, destruction, etc. I was compiling a list of disasters, and something did stand out to me. There were other fires the year that the forest burned. There were several other fires. I do not know if it's related.
I don't know. This is a lot of new information to take in. But, and this might be strange, I usually have Minnow to help me to understand my feelings a bit, but you seem smart.
Sir, that's my emotional support rogue.
But this feels oddly comforting to know that it wasn't just a sad mistake that was made by some random people. There's something of it that's a comfort to know that there was meaning and purpose to it, and it's not just the random chaos of the world, if that makes sense.
I can understand that at times perhaps the cruelty or avarice of others could be more comforting than merely the indifference of the world, yes. I lost my uncle to some that he had made enemies of in his time traveling, and for a while we thought that we thought that he had merely died, and I discovered that he had been poisoned, and as much as both were horrible and he was gone either way, there was some sense of order, at least, if people who he had angered by doing good things had exacted retribution. It seemed somehow less cruel than a good man merely dying.
I like that. I don't like that you're.
I understand context. It's okay.
Okay.
The veggie pygmies are again going to go like, and you see several of them move away, and begin sort of burrowing. They have something for you.
Oh.
And there's a like, and you'll see them begin pulling out what is essentially a stick, but it looks like a rope made of thin vines, but it's hard. Like it's wooden at this point. But it looks like very carefully like wrapped and weaved vines. And they're actually just going to sort of keep pulling this up until it is fully a quarterstaff. And like you see several of them like totter over towards you and like hold it up. This is an implement of the Heartwood. This was one of the things that their people did. It was part of their bargain with your people, they said. You were the tenders, you were the travelers, you were the defenders. They made you these. And they'll sort of hold it up to you.
And I'm just gonna, like, very slowly reach out my hands and just not even grab it first, but just lightly run my fingers across it and just feel it for a little while and close my eyes. And then after a while, I'll take it. This, I don't fully know how to express that this has to be the greatest gift that I've ever been given. I have never had a single piece of my heritage to call my own other than these scars. And I cannot put into words how I feel right now.
As you hold it, you can feel that it is magical, and I will say that if you meditated holding it while doing your meditation, you could combine that with the attunement for it.
Cool.
For the rest of the long rest. I will also say, just Ressa, you would have known that from identifying thunder and lightning. That's also an attunement weapon. So again, if we can retcon, whoever you want to give it to can spend the short rest attuning to that, whether it's you or someone else. I will go ahead and hand you put the woven wood into your journal, Rachel. It's a +1 quarterstaff, and while attuned to it, the bearer can cast Speak with Plants once per day.
And does that mean I could actually hear what they say back?
Yes, that allows you to fully communicate with plants.
Yes. Gonna talk to so many plants. I'm gonna look at Lachlan and say, these people, these veggie pygmies, I believe you called them.
Yes.
They've given me a gift of unnameable value, and I would like to do something for them in return, but I don't know them at all, and you do. Is there either something I could give or make, or a task I could do for them to repay them for this? I would like to.
He'll speak to them here. They ask that perhaps you come back to speak with them more. They, too, though they have never lived in their home, miss it. They also, though it would be a great request, if you were to be able to find a place in the woods that was healthful, some of them would be interested in perhaps one day returning.
Okay. I will make 2 promises to you that after we deal with whatever is happening with these fish people, I will return to your home and I will spend as much time as they want discussing whatever it is they would like to discuss. And the second promise I will make, though this one I do not know when I will be able to do it, is when I return home to the monastery, I will take time to venture out into the woods and seek what they are asking for. If you could perhaps give me some form of way to communicate with you that I have found this, it would make it easier.
I could try to work on such a thing, yes. And he'll sort of communicate your answer back to them, and you'll see them all sort of slowly bow. And I will say you're probably at the time where you need to start meditating for the key point part of it. And as you sort of, you were sitting cross-legged, as you sort of lapse a little bit into silence, the staff laid out across your lap, you're going to see them all sort of like step forward and sort of insert themselves into the ground as they do. So you sort of have a little ring of plants sitting around you.
Beautiful. All right, and I will start meditating.
Okay. I will say everyone can complete their short rest. Does anyone want to use hit dice?
Ooh.
I'm good. +1 quarterstaff means it's +1 to attack or to hit.
It is attack roll and damage roll.
Okay, good. Cool. Thank you.
Actually, I think I will use some hit dice.
Cool. You can roll one and then decide if you want to roll another one.
Okay.
Catch, I think you are also missing HP if you want to roll hit dice.
I'm at 41 of 46. So, I mean, I guess it can't hurt to roll one, right? Sure. Right. So,
Ooh, that'll help.
10.
So it's your hit die, which is whatever the hit die is, plus your con mod for every die. And you can roll it and then decide if you want to roll more.
1, 2, 3. Nope, I'm good.
Take me up.
And because we don't use these a lot, just as a reminder, you get half of your hit dice rounded up back at the end of every long rest. So right now you all are level 6, you would get 3 back. And if you went to level 7, which you probably will before your next long rest, you would get 4 back then.
I'm good. I'll stay at 44.
Cool. So I will say, as you sort of are concluding this long rest, you all sort of strap your gear back in, carefully hide the sack with the severed head. Nero is meditating in the garden, and as you all sort of maybe make your way out towards Nero, you see the sight of Nero meditating with a staff laid across his lap, a small ring of plants surrounding him, and small blossoms begin to form on the staff, on like the wrapped vines. The ends of them sort of sprout small pink and blue and yellow blossoms. And like as you're heading out, you suddenly see the plants all react. You see the tree almost sway slightly, and it is bucketing rain from nowhere. Lightning is lashing across the sky.
I'm watching for the thing, listening, watching.
So as this deafening drumming of rain is, slamming the ground around you, give me a perception check.
Can we all perceive?
Yeah, actually everybody can give me a perception check.
Especially
for this one.
since she told us about it.
Mm-hmm.
Perception.
11 for Minnow, 22 for Ressa. Critical success for Catch.
Catch sees everything. Suddenly he is the smartest person ever.
Dent to 10, Nero 25, not a crit though. All right, Minnow and Dent. Dent, you have a hard time hearing anything over the drumming of the rain on your own armor / self. It sort of sounds like a steel drum. Which is yeah, you sort of you're like trying to look, but you notice like as you move your limbs, it slightly changes like the tone. You're like, oh, this is fun. Minnow, you're looking and you're not getting anything. It feels like there's more lightning this time, and a thing that we're gonna get to. But to deal with the others, the three of you do hear it very faintly. It sounds like it's farther away than Minnow was describing to you. It wasn't like you heard it the first time, but like it sounds very far away. But you again hear that sort of something cutting through the rain. And Catch, you are able to perceive multiple of them.
Oh God.
Like you hear, and it's very hard to tell because of, again, the drumming of the rain, but like you're pretty sure that one of them was like over to the northeast, sort of moving north. One of them was off to the west, moving south, and one of them was sort of to the southeast, moving west. And it's hard to tell, and you can't tell if like they're all exactly the same thing, but it's all the same type of thing, if that makes sense. You all, Dent sitting there sort of playing the steel drum on himself, Minnow sort of furiously whipping her head back and forth, the rest of you sort of trying to key in on this sound, hear an enormous explosion, almost deafening. You see an explosion of light on the horizon, and then as the sort of echoes of the boom, boom, boom fade, the rain is gone. But the echoes of the explosion continue for a little bit. And you can see a small like wisp of smoke rising off to the east.
Anyone want to get those horses?
Well, we're gonna get them when we leave. I mean, they're back up at the front, unless they took off from the explosion. But
They were tied up.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. So, Minnow, you remember how you said you were kind of worried that
Lightning strikes.
Well, that that we might only have so much time. That thing may only have like maybe doing its business. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that there's going to be plenty of opportunity to catch at least one of them doing their business.
One of them?
At least?
Yes, I'm fairly certain I saw three of them? 3, 4 of them?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Great. That's good.
Well, I don't know that does it change anything?
No. Unless we... No, I don't think so. I think we just... the rain is done, right?
Yep, the rain is gone. You still see a wisp of smoke coming off from...
My 11, did I manage to see the lights, the orbs?
Yes. Yeah. Again, there were sort of glowing, sort of twinkling lights in all variety of colors, sort of just scattered.
Is it possible
mostly
to have
above you.
attempted to count them?
What is... are you looking for an exact count, or are you trying to go against a count? Like, are you trying to see if there were more than X?
Yeah, I wanted like whatever the prophecy, like 8 or what is it, 9 orbs?
9 orbs. There were dozens in your field of vision.
Okay. Cool.
So like, yeah, I was like, with an 11, I'm like, I don't think you can count to like, oh yes, there were 37.
Yeah,
but there were certainly more than 9.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, well, that's useful information. I mean, we have no clue what is producing these sounds still, just that there are apparently more than one. Were they all heading to the same? And I point kind of northeast. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
nothing boomed like that the last storm that we had, right?
No, and this is also the
dragons.
first time that you've had an effect last after the storm. Like before anything outside of like the water on the ground, like there hasn't been anything that persisted from the storm after the storm. This thing, like the echoes were continuing afterwards.
Lachlan, is that the sound you were talking?
No, that's an explosion. It wasn't one of those. Deeper sort of thrumming vibration, that kind of thing. That was a boom.
Okay.
Well, how was the boom? Do we think that's based on where we know Moontree Rock is and where the boom happened? Are we thinking same direction, or are we going to have to veer? Okay, I think we just go and see what exploded. I mean, like, we're at this point, yeah. Get the horses, make haste. Like, we might as well get there.
Dent has already gone to the horses.
Okay.
Very good. You all can get on the horses. Again, there's been a sudden downpour, so the going slick. And then are you trying to just move towards the little wisp of smoke you can see coming up?
Going to the direction of the rock. So I guess if that's where the smoke is, then that's where we're going.
Okay.
Right?
Finch wasn't like in the sky when the storm happened.
Finch was inside pooping on things last I saw Finch, so
okay.
Lachlan's like, please take your bird.
I'll return Finch to its pocket dimension. I guess actually, now that we're out in the storm is past, I'll put Finch in the sky to kind of be extra eyes for us.
Okay.
Scouting ahead, maybe actually that would be great if Finch can go to where the explosion was and kind of give us a sense of like direction and
warmer, colder.
Yeah, and like
hordes
if they can...
of enemies versus
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, Finch will. Do you want to keep Finch within contact range of you, which I think is like 100 feet?
No, like send Finch out, have them scope the area where the explosion was, and then have them come back and report.
Okay.
And this is all happening while we're already en route.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you've sort of saddled up the horses. You're getting out. You like send Finch out as you're sort of leaving the gate of Lachlan's. The horses are having a little bit of a hard time because the ground is very muddy at this point, so it's a little bit of slow going, but you're moving at a pretty good pace. You're just sort of making for that smoke spot because it's the best thought you have of where the explosion was. I'd say probably after about 8 minutes, 9 minutes, something like that. You've definitely gotten much closer. You've covered it. You would guess about half the distance to the smoke. Finch comes back, and reports to you. There is there seems to have been an explosion, sort of on top of a hill. There is something in the ground, and there's nothing around. Like, there's nothing moving that Finch can see.
Is it possible for Finch to kind of like, since, telepathic communication, kind of give me an image similar to what they did with like the horse, the dead horse, of like what's in the ground?
It's harder for Finch. This isn't a thing that like, I know that Finch is actually Fey, but this seems harder to describe. It's a pattern. Like, not an object, per se. Yeah. And what'd you like to do?
I will kind of convey all of this loudly to the group, like as we're galloping along. Can I send Finch back out, but keep them? I'm riding with somebody, right? We've determined that's kind of the case because we don't have enough horses for everyone to ride alone, right?
Puked on Ketch.
Okay. I'm gonna like kind of tap Ketch and be like, I'm gonna go in the bird and just kind of hold on to Ketch, and keep Finch within 100 feet of me, but as like the edge of 100 feet.
So basically, at 100 feet, moving the same pace as your horses.
Yes, to kind of try and keep an eye so that as soon as we're within kind of like range of like, even I can like see it from a distance, like, so that I don't know. I guess I'm trying to see if like if we're rushing here, are we about to get ambushed if we get there? I know you said like nothing's around right now, but I want to make sure it kind of stays that way.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Do I get Finch's advantage on sight, or do I use Minnow's perception?
There's a real weird thing here because you use your mental stat block, but it's Finch's
right, it's eyes.
So I would say yes, you get your perception with advantage because Finch is better at seeing shit and Minnow is better at processing visual information.
Hey, you know what? That's perfect. That's the best possible combo you could have given me. So advantage on perception.
Nice.
27. Thanks, Finch.
So yeah, we're gonna sort of do this perception check over time, if that's okay, just because it is sort of progressing. You see sort of vaguely rolling hills. There's nothing around. You're particularly checking for anything like flanking you or digging into sort of an ambush position. You're not seeing anything. And then you crest the hill and you can see the smoke is rising gently from what looks like a glimmering pattern in the ground. And at this point, you're only about 100 feet out. I mean, you're literally only 100 feet out from that. So Finch is kind of pulling up. There's sort of a copse of trees off to the northeast, but you don't see anything moving. You even kind of have Finch just like keep going, if that makes sense, with the overage distance that Finch can do now with that 100 feet as you all are pulling up to the circle and not seeing anything in the forest. And with that, I would say your body and everyone else is at this sort of little hillock. So you probably want to snap back.
Yeah.
Everyone.
I would just. Can I just like give Finch rough instructions of like keep an eye on the area and report immediately if there's anything?
Sort of 100-foot circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yep. Finch will sort of caw and start that loop. As you all ride up, what Minnow briefly saw through Finch's eyes, but sort of passed on in order to, electing to check more for ambushes, etc. You pull up and there's a small, it's a plateau in the sense that it's a flat hill, but it's just like a small hillock. It's not a lot of elevation. It's maybe 10 feet. And as you get up there, it's probably about a 20-foot radius for the hillock. In the middle of that, burned into the ground. It's certainly smoldering. You see what Ressa would certainly instantly recognize as a magic circle. Glowing violet and red in its etching lines. And still smoking gently.
What is this?
And I would know it's a magic circle.
It's a magic circle. Give me an Arcana check real quick as you're looking at it. I see Chris shouting it in the chat.
I've been pinging my chest trying to wake up Ed to get him to like,
hey there, buddy.
Ed, what's going on? What's this thing?
You can give me an Arcana check with Ed if you want. And you knew you were making that? Yes, I was going to remind you guidance. So 23 for guidance. And
I can guidance. Can I guidance Ed? I don't know.
Not really. To be fair, Ed also has a +7, so.
Yeah, so it's going to be this +5.
Yeah.
Gosh, dang it. Okay.
11 and 23 for Ressa. He's like, it's some kind of magic circle, buddy. I'm not real sure about this particular set of incantations. The whole resetting my entire memory to be able to help you has kind of made some things a little bit weird. Your flesh buddy seems to have had an idea, though. Ressa, you kind of like pull back a little bit. You don't recognize the spell. But I will say with the 23, like, this is powerful. like the magic circles are often large, like runes or something like that. Like, oh, okay, like that the letter's about that big, and then you inscribe them in a punch the mic. Yep. It's my night for it. About that big. In that amount of space for this, it's like the font of the runes is down to like this. So there's hundreds of symbols in that space. This is very intricate. It's glowing violet and red. Like the lines themselves are not burn marks. They are like etched in with magical energy. You are fairly sure that this is a conjuration circle, though.
And I will convey all that. So would that would mean that something was conjured to the island?
Hard to tell. Could either be conjured to the island or sent from. Though the fact that there was an explosion from the sky and then all of this would maybe more suggest to or more incoming than outgoing. But that you're not able to discern what the spell is, so you just get the sense of the feel.
Can we see the rock? Are we near the rock?
Distantly. It's still a bit of a ride off to your east northeast. But you can now see like a little bit of stone sort of sticking up.
So we're still like in the woods at this point?
Pretty much. It's flatlands with mixed trees.
Talk to plants. We could find out if something appeared here and ran. Well, okay, first of all, are there tracks of something on the ground leading away from or towards the magic circle that would indicate that something was conjured to or from? Like that something came and then it walked away. Survival. Yeah.
Flew away.
Hey, Ressa, can you do that thing you do? I'm going to look for tracks. Thanks.
I do.
Oh, cool. Okay, let's see. It's an 11.
Could I possibly also get in on this, considering I have proficiency in survival?
Sure, you can also do that, and you can also have guidance.
I do.
Damn, Sam!
I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother.
I tossed it to you. You have the torch now.
Oh, man.
Neither of you see any tracks.
It could have flown.
Yeah.
It could be swimming. Fuck. Are we above tunnels? I pull out the map and try and determine if we're above tunnels. It's hard to tell. Too far inland.
It's hard to tell. You're pretty far inland. Some of the tunnels come pretty far inland, but again, the smugglers, normally what happens is like
they drop stuff in the
the map also, kind of indicates like
lightning
continues.
Strikes aren't exactly smuggling technique.
Yeah.
But the tunnels,
but they could be using the tunnels.
Yes, if we know that the fish creatures have been swimming under the islands and things,
So I know that I often talk to plants just regularly and I don't hear anything back. I can now, at least once, talk to plants and hear their answers. If you think that would be valuable here, if you think we should wait till we get to the rock and they might have more information there about the goings on, I will leave up the choice to the group.
My thought is it'd be kind of important here to find out what came or what went. But
yeah, I think.
How do people feel?
I vote now.
Why not?
Let's go. Get the info.
Right. I defo already added speak to plants to my spell list. Just so that I could post that up if people wanted to read it.
Oh my gosh, what if all the plants are horrified and they're all just screaming?
Oh.
And I just am like,
Nero.
I know they're all screaming
You're
constantly.
gonna have to carry Nero.
You sort of hear, you sort of see a bunch of the grasses in the area turn towards Nero. Like the blades of grass just go.
Well, that's not creepier at all.
I'm Nero.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you some questions.
Okay.
How are you?
Bunch of us on fire.
Yeah, did you need help putting out some of the fire?
Mostly gone.
Okay. Did you see what caused the fire?
Sky. Big light.
Was it just lightning? Like, you've probably seen lightning before, right?
Yeah.
Was this different?
Yeah.
Wait,
Keep in mind, it specifies limited sentience and animation. They're not real smart or anything.
Only I can hear it, right? So you guys just hear me asking questions to these
You just hear Nero going.
How was it different? Should I
Bigger?
phrase that better? Was there a creature or an animal? I just like the idea of the grass just being like,
And yeah, you are basically watching like a 30-foot like radius circle of grass sort of go. How say?
Was it like a horse?
How say?
See if it can, like, in the 30.
Should know. Don't know.
Was it? Did it make you forget?
What's forget?
That's like when you can't remember. Do you know what remember means?
No.
That's fair.
Can I say, like, Nero, we're off. Why are you asking the plants if they know what remembering means?
I don't think you can hear me.
As you speak.
Oh shoot, I forgot. Okay. I thought that because like Lachlan was speaking to them in like common, wasn't he?
No.
Oh,
Lachlan also I will say you are speaking in common. Sorry, I was checking this. This doesn't give you their language, it lets you communicate with them. You are speaking in common. Yeah. Lachlan literally learned Vegapygmy. It's a separate listed language.
Aw, that's precious.
Okay. Yeah, so you can hear me asking those things. Well, so they say that they should be able to say what kind of whatever it was they saw, but they can't. And then I asked if they forgot, and they didn't know what that meant. So then I tried to explain that it wasn't when they couldn't remember, and then I asked if
Can you ask if something ran away afterwards?
Or like flatten themselves and draw a picture of what it was? Because it's 30-foot radius. It's a lot of grass.
That's
dictionary with the grass.
Difficult to. They can't eat. Grass. Do you have a name I could call you by? I'm sorry.
Grassworks.
Grassworks. Could you perhaps you seem like you're maybe some kind of grass hive mind? Could you maybe move
What's a hive?
yourself up? Don't worry about it.
What's worry?
Listen. I'll come back tomorrow and we'll have a long conversation about vocabulary, I promise. Oh, let me just write this in my journal. It's
Minnow is
okay. Hold on.
Minnow is dying. She's like,
come back and explain vocabulary to Grassworks.
Don't do it.
So, could you form your different blades of grass into an image or a picture of what you saw?
Should be able to. Can't.
Oh, you should be able to, but you can't. Minnow or everybody, I suppose. It seems like the grass, whose name is Grassworks, it seems like they said that they should be able to tell us and they should be able to show us, and yet they can't.
Never seen it before.
Have you seen whatever you saw before, Grassworks?
Can't tell.
Well,
I can't tell.
Do you think we've seen this thing before and we can't remember it?
Grassworks, do you think that
No,
we've seen this thing
Nero.
before and
Silence.
we can't remember it?
it's the silence.
What's remember?
Right. Let me remember
Dallin-
one of the vocabulary list.
Dallin, is it possible that we have been forced or that we've seen something and that it's been erased from our minds?
That is possible, I suppose. It's not a comforting thought. Not that there's a whole lot of comfort to go around at the moment. It's possible,
Can you
but
think of any questions that I could ask Grassworks? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just only have a handful of minutes.
but they said that they should be able to, but can't.
Yeah.
We don't remember not remembering seeing something. At least I don't. I don't know if any of you do, but
No,
it seems
that's a
like
good
there's
point.
something in their memories, even if they don't know what those are, that there's just a gap, but they can still sort of see that there is a gap. Does that make sense?
It
Yes.
does, but Dylan, I'm going to ask again. Do you have any questions that I should ask the Grassworks?
Can they communicate with the plants further on? Do they know if something is happening around the rock? Do they know? Do they have the information from like the entire grasslands or just this area? And if so, do they know if someone is waiting to murder us? Fish people?
Those are great questions. Hi, Grassworks. It's me,
Hi.
Nero, again. I would like to know if can you talk to the other plants around the area, or are you just able to tell me what you know?
Difficult. Little bit. But
Can you talk to that tree over there?
too different.
Can you talk to the grass on that hill over there?
Say, rained. Happy.
Yes. I would assume that grass would be happy. Were you happy when it rained, Grassworks?
Also fire.
That was probably less happy. Is there anything that you can tell us? Not that you should be able to, but can't. But that you still can tell us about what just happened. Maybe tell us everything from rain to now that you can.
Rain. Lightning.
Mhm.
Rain.
Mhm.
Rain. Lightning.
Mhm.
Lightning.
Yes.
Rain.
Mhm.
Big light. Burning. Dying. Dying. Should be able to, but can't. Rain. No rain. Morning. Met Nero? Oh, no. Sunny.
Hmm.
Horses. Met Nero.
Okay, so what they said was rain, rain, rain. I don't know that grass works. Something has happened to its grass mind. It remembers the rain. Do grass have brains? This isn't the time. It
No?
remembers the rain. It remembers the
Pluck a blade of
lightning.
grass.
Put it back. It's screaming.
I didn't.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Grassworks. She doesn't know that you're you. So they remember grass. Nope, they are grass. They remember rain, and they remember lightning. And then there was a big light, and then there was fire, and then there was should remember but can't, and then there was rain, and then sun, and then us. And that's all we have. I don't think I can get any more from them.
Okay.
So the fire came before the blank.
I think the fire was the direct result of the big light, which is the explosion.
Are we still making our way over to Moonrock?
Well, I mean, I'm still talking to grass.
Oh, I wasn't sure how much time we had left on that.
Oh,
I mean,
it's 10 minutes, so.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I think that that's still the plan. I don't know. Like, is there something else? And in character, I'll say, is there anything else we can glean from this? Is there anything else that can be done here? Does anyone have any ideas? Like, short of stepping on that circle, which, send a horse through the window, maybe, right?
Yes, hey, send a horse.
Maybe scout, get a little, see what happens if we put something like Jebediah or
I can't think of your bird's name. Finch. I wanted to say falcon.
What about Finch? Because unlike Jebediah, Finch can't really die.
Right. So here's the thing. If I put Finch in there and Finch gets yeeted into the ether, it will take me an hour to bring Finch back, and then we lose our free scout. So I'm not saying I won't do it because Finch is a good sport who loves me so much.
Finch is now flying in a circle with their head just fully rotated to look at you, even though they're not flying that way. You just see
I look at Finch and I'm like hand signals keep your eyes on the terrain.
Grassworks, are there any small woodland creatures around you right now?
So we can't. Okay. But you just have to give them a name and bond to them.
Walk in the circle.
You do?
I'll walk in the circle. Do we? Is this what we think we need to do? Or
no.
Can we just go past this circle?
I'm asking if there's other things to investigate here, and the only thing I can think of is investigating the circle more. But none of us.
I was asking for small woodland creatures.
Yeah,
and I would ask them politely if they would walk through it.
I have a non-character question.
What if we just toss the thing?
You
just toss the thing in there.
What thing?
Since I understood what the magic circle was and its conjuration, do I think it's actually a teleportation circle? Or is this the magic circle spell that you can trap something inside of or keep something out of and keep yourself safe with? Do I know that?
Trying to think. Okay. You would know that magic circle, that specific spell, is abjuration.
Okay.
So you don't know if this is a teleportation circle or what this is, but you do know that it is in conjuration, which is primarily the producing stuff from somewhere else or sending stuff to somewhere else.
Okay, so it's not. It is a circle. It is magical, but it is not the magic circle spell that.
Correct. This isn't the thing where it's either
effect.
you lock everything out of it or you lock something in
Right.
it.
Okay, that's yeah. Because if it was that, then it wouldn't matter if we tried throwing something in. But
So
okay, since I know
the grass. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to
Since
know if there are any woodland creatures.
You'll see a little.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you said go ahead, so I just kept talking.
You see a little like tuft of grass. Lizard.
I walk over to the tuft of grass and I say, "Hello, lizard friend. I'm Nero."
It like skitters away about 3 feet and then like turns back when you talk to it.
And I'll pull out Jebediah and be like, "This is my other lizard friend, Jebediah. You see that circle over there in the grass? We were just wondering what would happen if somebody walked through it, and I didn't want to do it without asking you, so I thought I could just ask if you would mind walking through that circle in the grass."
Give me a persuasion roll.
Jesus.
Persuading lizards.
I
It's
think
just-
I actually get advantage when I talk to animals and plants to try to persuade them.
Heather, could you do the gesture again, please? Thank you. This is now canonical how Ressa casts.
yeah.
Which incidentally, I just sort of picture Ressa doing that of like grabbing someone's face. Do it.
Yeah, I get advantage on charisma checks when trying to influence plants and animals.
Sure. Persuasion check with advantage and guidance. Why the fuck not? Let's see if you can talk this lizard into walking through the Stargate. 21 plus a D4. 24. It's gonna sort of like looking like.
Look into that Joppa eye.
Sort of looking at Jebediah. It'll go and start scampering towards the circle. It like scampers over the border, cuts through the middle of it, scampers out the other side, turns, looks at you.
Great job, buddy. It looks like the circle's okay for some living creatures.
Catch, you want to hop in a circle with me?
Let's circle dive.
We'll like hold hands like 1, 2,
Jump in.
jump in.
You jump in, you land inside the circle. Nothing happens.
And I kick at the formation. Can I like try to disturb it?
Yeah, you can kick at it. It's it's almost like the pattern is written out with lines of energy that are sitting on the ground but are independent from the ground, if that makes sense. Like it isn't like it was drawn into the ground, so if you kick the dirt over it, the pattern disappears. It's just sort of an energy projection, which you figure out by kicking at it. And yes, I see chat being like, having the, oh god, is Galway about to kill the lizard? No, I wasn't going to kill the lizard.
Oh, that was uneventful.
Shall we head
mean,
to the rock?
Ask the grass one more time. I will just say the thing that you can't remember but should. Can you at least, if you can, point your grass blades in the direction that the thing that you can't remember but should went?
Should be. Can't.
Well, thanks anyway, Grassworks.
I just had a thought. So the spell identify. If I it's touch a creature. Because if I touch, if it was a spell that was causing the grass to not be able to remember, and I'm touching, I know this works if it's a creature. if I'm touching a creature that a spell is affecting, when I cast Identify, I can know what that spell is that's affecting the creature.
The thing you're going to run into is Identify has a casting time at its base of 10 minutes, and a ritual, I believe, adds 10 minutes more to it. And
it's a 1 minute base.
Oh, it's a 1 minute base. I don't think you're going to have enough time, though, even with that, for the plants to still be able to talk to you. But you would at least be able. But I would say, yeah, you it's borderline. I'll probably make you make an Arcana check in addition, and it'll take the amount of time.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys. I might be able to find out if there's a spell that's causing the grass to not remember. I could burn a spell slot, or well, I would say it like I could use up some of my magical energy, or I could.
Do we feel like whatever this was would have taken the time to cast a spell on the grass?
I mean,
and that is worth noting. It is not a thing that magically affects. It's spells that are affecting it. So just the way that I would interpret that, for example, like people said the silence, like if there was a creature that had the natural ability to erase itself from your memory or something, which again, you all have pointed out, like you probably at least haven't had that, and the grass remembers a gap. That wouldn't ping from that. Even if it was doing it with a spell, if it's cast on itself, not on the grass, it won't do anything.
Then it wouldn't. Okay. Yeah, that's Nero, you've got another good point there.
Some days I'm just lucky.
Yeah, there we go. Identify would reveal if something had cast blindness on someone. It would not reveal if someone had cast invisibility on themselves, and that's why they weren't seen.
Okay.
Well, I'd say we should just keep moving towards the rock, because the grass is of no help and we can't see whatever it was that landed here. We just know that it was something and there was fire.
Yeah.
Let's get
out.
moving. Yeah.
Thank you, Grass.
Bye, Grassworks. Thank you.
The spell sort of dissipates. You see the grass go, and now it's just being sort of brushed by the breeze. You continue. You resume your ride. It took you about 15 minutes to get to the hillock, and it's about another. Then you've probably spent another 15 investigating. And then it takes you about another 45 minutes of riding. And you kind of, not even crest a hill, but you get to a bowl, and you've seen it growing a little bit. And now that you get there, you can actually see that in a sort of shallow divot in the ground, you see what is presumably Moontree Rock. It's from where you are about 15 feet taller, like than the ground you're on, and the divot goes down about 10 feet, so it's about 25 feet total. It's a 5-foot radius, roughly cylindrical piece of stone, standing upright, and it's this beautifully layered and weathered stone with like streaks of white silver running through what's generally a dark gray stone, and the top of it is sort of roughly textured, but generally pretty flat. And as you get up to there, Dylan is actually gonna stop you and be like, with everything that has gone on, I think it is perhaps best if we press directly on to where my people might be. That's agreeable. And you also, I assume you've been keeping Finch going around. You haven't seen anything.
Okay.
I would have been like, oh yeah, there's the column of orcs waiting for you. The fish people just everywhere.
And given the fact that this is the first time Dylan has really said, "Let's go now,"
he looks visibly anxious. This is not sitting well with him. So yeah, he'll
Insight check. What's he anxious about?
That you might find out that he's a fishician.
I want to know. Okay, 27 insight. I'm just saying. But actually,
Damn.
what I'm trying to get insight on here with my new suspicions around Dylan as like, what's his magic? Is specifically, is the anxiety sincerely about wanting to know if the people who are in his group are fine, or is this like if we don't press on and push because this is the first time he's ever done this, like we're gonna miss something that's important that he knows about that he's hidden from us because Minnow is a suspicious.
Are we being lured?
Are we being
into
lured
our
by
depths?
Dylan into something?
Suspicious. Oh god, that was terrible.
Lord.
Oh.
Oh no. You with that 27 insight get the sense that he is borderline panicking, and this feels very much to you like the panic that you experienced when everyone in Amberheart was gone.
Okay.
He is now like, and it's actually not that. It's the dread that you felt after the first house didn't have anyone, and you're like, no, this is fucking wrong. And like you're seeing that sort of rising up in him, and he's trying to choke it back and just like, but we gotta go. We gotta go.
Dylan, I agree with you. And also you are compromised and not making the best possible choices right now. So we should kick this to the group. Just saying, like, yep. Okay. So group, we're pressing on though, right?
Yeah, I think we're pressing
Following
on.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dent, are you okay?
I have already taken the time to cast Prestidigitation on my hand, and I'm like, I have it on Dylan's shoulder.
For why?
Why'd you prestidigitate it?
Sorry, I'm warming my hand.
I was gonna say because he's cold metal, so he's made it pleasantly warm. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, he sort of like looks at you and is like, yeah, let's hurry. So he takes you probably another 20 minutes east of Moontree Rock, and you see a small ridge that sort of basically that basin that Moontree Rock is in has sloped up, and then there's kind of a juncture where there's a bit of a sharper ridge on the east side of this, and he'll lead you around it. And you've noticed this. It isn't just, and Minnow, I'm gonna sort of let that insight roll because I think you're paying attention to Dylan at this point. He is both panicked, but you also see a confidence and an assurance that you haven't seen in him before. And if you had to put it down to something, he's back on his home turf. He knows where he's going. He knows what he's doing. This isn't oh god. So he moves and he finds a tree where like two branches on the left side of it have been broken off clearly. And then he turns and cuts back into the ridge. And you see him reach there's a point on the stone where like the stone of the ridge itself it's cracked. It almost looks like it had an impact on it, right? Like there's a sort of nest of fractures on it. And he puts his hand on it, and sort of seems to concentrate for a second. And as he does, you see the cracks mend together. And as they do, the wall itself slides back and over, revealing an entrance. And he sort of is like, the door will reset in a few moments. We should hurry.
Is it wide enough for our horses to enter?
It is a pitch black cave. It is 10 feet wide, so you could get the horses in if you want to.
Is there light inside once we go inside? Because I can't see in the dark.
Anything with dark vision? I mean, Dylan, is there supposed to be light in
I
there?
could cast Burning Hands and like
I'm sure we all have torches in our explorer's
No.
pack. I'll pull out a torch.
Just start torching a cave.
Can you light this torch?
I can.
Great.
Right?
And
Yeah. Elemental
well,
attunement lets me instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
cool.
Which is
Whoosh.
ironically the exact same line from Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Great.
So y'all have a lot of abilities
My
to light campfires.
Prestidigitation.
We'll tie up the horses, I guess, and go in.
He'll actually say, you can bring them just inside. There's a small hitching post inside. They'll be dark, but they won't be exposed.
That's good.
Okay.
They won't mind the dark.
Good.
Yeah, so you lead them in. It is very dark inside. You have lit torches, but it is still it's an entirely sealed cave. For anyone who has been in a cave where like they turn off the lights, if it's sort of a cave you can tour, there's a feel to that dark. You are getting
I have
that
the
in
light
spades.
cantrip.
Yeah.
I always fucking forget the light cantrip.
I was gonna say you took the primary cantrip for humans.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave my torch on the ground for the horses so that they're not in total darkness, and instead, I'll just what should I light up? I guess I'll light up the Wavering Menace because I'm gonna be holding it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Have a
have weapon
beacon
out
sword.
as well.
Yeah, I usually use mine to walk anyway, so.
So he's down sort of the door clicks shut. The tunnel is outside of the light you all are casting, like pitch black. It is difficult for you to see walls out past it. Even those of you with dark vision, like this is dark stone in deep shadow. Everything is slick with moisture. And the only sound you really hear outside of the ones you're making is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling and the walls. And I have audio for that.
Ooh.
You begin making your way forward. The floor is incredibly slick. It like even Ketch, you who are incredibly sure-footed, are like very often like sort of your claws will have to reflexively come out and sort of anchor you a little bit as your like foot will just almost go out from under you. You think you can basically either above the table move at normal pace and risk falling, or you can move slowly and carefully.
I would think slowly and carefully. And Dylan, is this normal? Is this what you expect? Quietly.
No.
Okay.
It's usually damp, but not this. I agree. Let's be careful and possibly quiet. And
Agreed.
if you want to move stealthily, give me a stealth check, everybody.
Very bad at stealthy.
I think you and
This would be the whole group, right?
yes, this is a group check, so we're looking for general group successes.
And I can give. I mean, anyone that wants to roll a d4.
I finally critted a stealth roll.
Oh my
But
god.
don't you have
You're right.
disadvantage on it?
Only if he's in his. Is he in his big fat armor?
He is big fat armor.
He's in
Yeah,
chunk.
okay.
He's
Okay, well, I still got a 19.
You still got a 19, and since this is a team roll, I will also say 17, 18, 19, 16, 18. You are moving very quick. 20.
20, because I took the
Nice.
I had Ressa grab my face.
Yeah, beautiful. You are moving very quietly. You're moving very sure-footedly. You are sacrificing speed, but because of that, you're communicating very well. You've worked together for a long time, so you sort of have like Ketch and Minnow generally very sure-footed, sharp-eyed, sort of upfront, indicating to you all where there's problems. Dent is doing a beautiful job of just minding every one of his footfalls, because like compared to most of you, if he taps a foot against a wall, there's going to sort of be a ringing noise, and he's just doing perfectly. Ressa, you've sort of like, I sort of picture you having like a cloak over your armor part of the time. You sort of like cinch it down so that the armor can't move as much, and you're moving super carefully through. Everyone's pointing out any hazards.
My arms are up tight so my bangles don't jingle.
You move through very carefully, and you move through very well. You're going through winding passages of raw stone, and you're going sort of back and forth through, and occasionally you come to junctures of multiple tunnels, and like at the second one of these that you come to, Dellen stops and sort of turns to you, Ressa, and goes, This is not how this should be. That tunnel should be wider, and that tunnel shouldn't be there.
Ooh.
Are you certain of where we are right now?
Yes. It should be 3 more turnings, and we should hopefully be in range of my people. Like, he's just betraying obvious near panic.
But this is a different intersection than you're expecting.
The path we will follow is this one, the sort of branch that's just straight ahead and it jogs to the left. That one to the right it should be bigger. It should be wider. And he's pointing kind of at a relatively narrow opening that's about like maybe 5 feet across. He's like, that should be fully as big as this other one. And this one that's cutting back almost the way we came, but off to our left, just shouldn't be there.
Can I kind of look and see, do I think that a creature is disguising itself as part of the cave wall, and that's why it looks narrower?
You have light on, so you can make a perception check normally.
And if I see you checking, I would.
Yeah,
I'm just picturing you like grabbing the back of her head.
Yeah. Bam.
23 plus 3, 26. No. It and also looking at it, like, it looks normal. Like, it doesn't look like rock has shifted recently. Does that make sense? Like, it's not like detritus or debris is filling in part of it. It's not like there's a huge like spider web of cracks or anything that would indicate earthquakes or anything like that. And to some degree also, you remember under Amberheart where the creature had sort of plowed through the ground. There was obvious marks of rock had been brought down, rock had been burrowed out. This doesn't feel like that.
Does it look like worm tunneling or something?
How long has it been since Dellen has been here?
Well, time has gotten a bit funny, but in my experience, no more than 2.5 weeks. It was just before I went to Amberheart. How much time has occurred?
2.5 weeks ago.
Jesus.
It is worth noting that it's possible. Remember how that one time we were in that building and we went in the basement, but there was like all these different time periods cycling around that building? A cave tunnel being narrower than it should be, but no signs of what Elise would call tectonic activity, but Minnow would call
the rock movement.
Moving abruptly, like, debris. Could we be in a time when either this has already been pushed together or before it was pulled apart?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was asking before about, like, if Dellen specifically recognizes where we're at, like outside of the walls being much more wet.
There's a physics principle. You can either know where you are or how fast you're moving, right?
Yeah. The hitching posts were there, right?
Yeah.
So he expected hitching posts, and the hitching posts
And he's
were
been
there.
able to like navigate a course. Like it's also the thing of like, you've come a couple times to these junctions and like he's turning left as he's coming into it, and then there's a passage to the left that you've been following. So like the track that he's been doing from memory and experience seems to be working. It's just now he's pointing out there's some weirdness.
Dylan, outside of the walls appearing wet and there being lots more darkness, and that one cave not being, or well, the cave entrance that shouldn't be there being there, and this one being smaller than it's supposed to be, do you see, or do you think there's any other noticeable signs of erosion or anything like that to the area?
Everything looks about right, except for all of the things that you just listed that are not right. I'd also say Ketch, actually, particularly. You do get the scent of water, like standing water, not just the wet off of the walls, but like body of water.
And
Salt water?
Dellen, is there a water source down here?
There are a couple of wells that we connected to the lake, but
I smell water, like
water.
Like salt water, because the fish people did smell like salt water when even though they came out of the fresh water that
is
one
it salt
time.
water?
Yeah, is it like briny?
Give me a perception check.
And now I'm very confused because the lake that we crossed would have been freshwater, right?
A freshwater lake.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
why noticing salt water would be pretty important.
Yeah.
15. You can't be sure, but you think there might be a slight scent of salt.
Okay. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe salty.
I feel like we're about to walk into a nest of fish people. Like, it's just so many fish people. And I think we just need to be careful. Also, I can't think of any other reason why. I guess can't some magic users make stone out of nothing? So like maybe
Like a
Dylan,
mold earth.
Are there like security measures do you have any? First off, how far away do you think we are from where your people are? Like, how much further down do we need to go?
Another couple 100 feet.
No. This doesn't smell right. This doesn't smell right. Don't you have like any sentries? Shouldn't there? Isn't there any? Dellen, this can't be right.
We're in caves protected by magical doors. If people have gotten into here, we're kind of already in the bad things have happened.
Dellen, is there anything that you would need outside of knowing that bad things have probably happened here? Is there anything that would be advantageous for you to get from your people?
Yes, allies for a start. My spell book for another.
Elise. I feel like this is we've been trying to track down where the nest might be, and we might have found it, and now's the time to try and destroy it.
I mean,
I don't know what we'd gain by leaving.
Yeah, I mean that's it, right? Like our options are keep going.
I mean, if this is a whole bunch of, if this is a nest, we can either fight all of the things in the nest, or we figure out what made them and go after that.
But I think that might also be in here.
Another good point.
I think we go as stealthily forward as we can. We get as much information as we can without tipping anybody off that we're here. And we assess whether or not we need to kill anything in this cave, or if we can get what Della needs and sneak out and keep moving if that isn't the case, right? If the thing that we need to kill isn't here, maybe we can get out without a fight still, even if it is a nest of fish people.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Good call.
All right, Dellen, lead the way.
All right.
Dellen, just in case, is there any escape hatches? Anything that, like, if we have to flee at the drop of a hat, we might be able to use to get out safely?
If we need to, near the entrance to my group, there should be, I hate that I'm forced to say that, another rock wall like the one that we came in through. It opens the same way, and he's going to look at Ressa. I think you know what I did. It would provide you more cover than just fleeing back through these tunnels, because it will seal after us. If we go in and it's bad, that is the way we should go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we don't really have options.
And I'll be able to open that, since I saw what he did. And
Yeah, it seems like, and he
Okay.
seems to be suggesting to you that it's just the mending spell cast on the crack is enough
Okay.
to seal it, and that basically that opens the door, and then it resets itself. Because you didn't see him do anything else.
Okay.
Ooh, shiny. Ooh, dead bodies.
Oh no!
So you make your way forward, and he leads you forward slowly, and you come to now a large central area. The passage that you're in is expanding out. You all are casting light in an area around yourself so you can see, and I don't want to fuss with the Roll20 light sources. So there is water, standing water, basically everywhere. As you move forward into the caves, you get to about there, and you can see, essentially it looks like perhaps the lake is leaching in through the right side of this cavern. You see a light source on the far north wall, where set into the rock itself, you see a massive pair of stone doors, intricately carved with decorations and figural representations. And as your eyes sort of glide to those, because the doors are fully like 30 feet tall, they arc up to the roof of this. They drop back down on a small island in the middle of the biggest pool of water. You see a growth of amber yellow crystal, very much like the shards of which that you each carry. that was growing beneath the town of Amberheart. What'd you like to do?
Can I pull my amber crystal out that I carry?
Yeah.
Is it glowing right now?
Very slightly, as it usually does in the dark.
Is that always there, Lachlan?
No.
So nothing. What's here that's here that
Is anything familiar here?
The doors, though they shouldn't be exposed, there should be illusory magics covering them. The general layout of the place, the lake is wrong, as a note. That's not normally there. Big crystal structure, not normally there. The bodies of those guards, not normally there. And his voice is starting to pitch up.
Dylan, shh. Dylan.
Get a hold of yourself.
Dylan,
I wish I had calm emotions.
What does the exposure of the doors mean to you?
That someone is trying to get in.
Who is trying to get, or what is trying to get in?
I don't...
Trying to get in here or trying to get into where the doors are leading?
I don't know who. And they are trying to go through the doors.
Away from here.
Are
They
your people through the doors?
Your people are through the doors.
They are trying to breach Deephold.
Which means...
The knowledge, the magical ability, to know that we exist here implies cunning, intelligence, planning.
So,
like Lachlan said, they're going after the people that can stop them.
yes.
And if you have all of that behind those doors, this is where they're coming next. If they haven't already breached your door.
Is there any way to know if they've made it through the door already?
If they were to have made it through the doors, the doors would be open. They would have to be shattered. They can't gain access to them unless they destroyed them utterly, and that is not an easy task.
How do you go through the doors? You don't have to tell me specifics, but here's what I'm thinking, Dylan. If they shapeshifters took over the bodies of your fellow Deephold folks, and if they, in so doing, could have the memories as well of the people, I don't know if that's the case, could they have gotten through the doors in the bodies wearing the meat suits of your fellows?
Wow, phrasing.
Minnow is not great with that, is she?
Incidentally, Dent, you do hear in your mind, I like that one, buddy.
Well, then
I
you'd think they wouldn't have left dead guards.
I don't... The spell, as Lachlan described it, and from what it seemed, it seemed like it corrupts their very being. It makes them someone else. They can still look like themselves, maybe even have access to their memories, but they are a different person. The doors care about that. They are keyed...
So the doors will open for you.
Yes. It is difficult for me to tell how much I should say, because under normal circumstances, none of it. The doors will transport me to Deephold. It is not so much a matter of them opening, though they have physical reality, they are tangible, they theoretically could be destroyed, and that would break down a great deal of warding magic. It is not so much that they open and I go through them. if that makes sense.
I get it.
Yeah.
So
it's a metaphorical door while also being door-shaped.
and a literal door in the sense that if someone were able to bust it down, they would have access to Deephold as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is a physical barrier as well as a magical one.
If we all walked up to it, the only one that would transport through would be you.
Yes, if everything is working as it should.
Is there something on you that it recognizes to pull you through?
It is not an item, it is my being.
Yeah,
My-
it recognizes people.
The doors
Okay.
defend
So they're like-
us.
They like know you. They're sentient.
There are centuries of spells laid upon them that harmonize with my magics and my being.
Can we review what we know about these crystals? And I'll hold the one up that matches. It matches, right?
Yes, it is obviously the same substance.
The crystals from Amber Heart. That's our town name, Amber
Yes.
Heart?
Yes.
We went into the caves, the catacombs, after our family and friends were transported, yes, somewhere. We fought a golem that needed the crystals replaced into it or taken out of it. Which one was it?
We severed the
powered it.
connection of the crystal to it.
Yes.
And that's what and then putting the crystal back where it belonged with all the other ones is what we believe caused everyone to spawn back into existence.
So is there something we need to do with this crystal to make things right?
Does this crystal look like it has been damaged in any of the same ways as the Amber Heart one was?
No, not particularly. Honestly, most of the damage to the Amberheart crystal was done by you all punching it while it was in the rock elemental's chest.
Right. This crystal does not belong here, Dylan said,
It
right?
didn't used to be here.
So let's go punch it.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't think we want to destroy it.
timey-wimey stuff. This is Sam
Wibbly-wobbly?
over the table, obviously. If time stuff has happened, it is possible that this crystal could have just grown here.
Let's go investigate those bodies because if they're fresh or recognizable, that might give us a clue about timing.
Yeah.
Also, be on extra fucking high alert because as we get closer to that pool, I bet you fish things come out of the pool.
I suggest we walk as far away from the water as possible.
I think we have to get close to it to get to the dead folks floating in it, don't we?
I mean, there are also bodies on the other side by the doors. So
True. Okay. Let's
Oh,
start with
there.
those.
Okay, I see. Yeah, start with those.
reaction time and all. I mean, if shit comes out of the water, it's coming out of the water, but I'd like to be 25 feet away from it.
Douse our lights and move stealthily here?
Definitely moving stealthily.
There is a little bit of light so that you can kind of navigate to where you're going.
Okay.
You do see there are a couple of like pits and sort of pitfalls in the ground, plus the water, and it will be very hard to see around you.
Okay.
You can do what you want with that. Like, I'm not saying it's the worst idea in the world, just I wanted to make clear from you all looking at the map, like, there's some holes in the ground.
Yeah.
If there's something in the water, they know where they probably know we're here already.
Okay.
I mean, still go stealthy, but maybe.
Yeah.
Been pretty sneaky.
I'm gonna carry over your stealth rolls. Like, you're moving.
Great.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah,
Right.
I mean,
But I don't have a problem with leaving the light.
Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna kind of
just
go around.
Yeah.
Do I see any fish?
I was waiting for that one.
Now's not really the time, then.
Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
I thought we were gonna stay away from the water.
I mean, we had to go up to that one at least.
Didn't fall into
12.
Wow.
You're not
Dice
able to see anything.
falling
It's
startled me.
very, very dark. As you get Dylan there. As you get to there, stepping out of this main pool, walking in almost lockstep with each other, you see Enkund and Elix. Sort of just stretch, and they're flanking Margaret, who is still wearing her robes, but now instead of her hair being neatly up, it's just sort of sitting in like twisted hanks of hair. Some of it's like almost sticking up, and she'll sort of smile across like, "You came to where our Lord has been reborn. I am so glad to see you, and you brought your friends."
Are you?
I ain't here for no religion, lady.
Ressa asked if we can see their lord.
What form has Bion?
Oh, sorry,
Or
that was
are
a
you
complete
not-
question. I was like, did the audio cut out? I was looking away. Oh, he has achieved his true splendor. He has the stories, the lies that were told. They never. I feel ashamed of the years that I spent not understanding the belief that a petty mortal would become a god. No, so much more. I am so glad that you wish to meet him. He wishes to meet you.
Okay.
Invite him out.
From the water,
Oh, that music.
you see a blue light, an orb, sort of rise. And a second later, to its left, you see a green one. Like giant, luminous, mismatched eyes sitting sort of just at the surface of the water. And then in the middle, you see a purple orb. And then slowly its form rising up. You see white, pale skin with 3 black, void eyes. As you see a massive creature wearing essentially a crown of glowing orbs. And as that happens, Margaret just immediately slams herself to the ground. Our Lord is here, and you will do his bidding.
Ressa, is that?
No.
Uh,
Very no.
and now I would say, let's roll a little initiative.
Oh God.
Running.
I'm so excited.
I legitimately have goosebumps.
Yeah. Whew. Nice.
Find my
Wow.
It's like crit on initiative.
lost my character sheet. There we
Oh,
go.
no.
I almost critted initiative.
Can you put Finch on the map? I don't think I can.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just double checking. I forgot to clear things out before you all rolled. So now there's like multiple of you. I'm like, okay, there we go.
Super quick question, Galway. Would this thing appearing out of the water be classified as a humanoid?
I'm gonna say no. It's just a stab in the dark.
I wore the Cthulhu shirt for a reason.
Which is an amazing shirt, by the way.
Yeah, it really is. I was gonna comment on it. I love it.
Trying to remember how I roll for Finch. Oh, okay, cool.
I did that. Does that work though? Because I don't think it's not technically.
It does because I
roll.
can do that. And give me a hot sec.
Finch and I rolled the same for our initiative. Best friends.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, my bird does like me.
Just then it shits on your head.
What if we don't fight and we just bow down?
You can bow down.
We're just gonna pretend that we're all on board with our new.
Yeah, but then it's gonna stick us with its tentacles.
See, this isn't fair because Ketch is totally like, fuck this shit. But Chris is like, oh, the Elder Gods!
Or we could just run.
They summoned you! Yeah, except we can't get through the damn doors. Only Dylan
You
can.
could run backwards.
You do see the behind you, there's a rock wall that you suspect is the thing he mentioned, kind of behind you and to the left.
Like this here?
That's the
Yes.
escape hatch.
Yep.
Wait.
So
I'm not opposed to a little cut and run.
I'll also let's yeah.
Yeah, where's the escape hatch? Can you ping it?
Yeah, it's back here, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, that. Yeah, I see it.
Sorry. There's a couple few things that I'm trying to do here. Where the hell are you? You're up there. Have a bird. Pissed with you.
Thanks. You mean it loves me?
Galway, is this right over here like waterfall, like the water's falling down a crack, or is that just like an rock outcropping from the wall?
That's sort of a gap through the wall. It actually seems more like the water is flowing in through there.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Sorry. Processing through some stuff. Doodle-doo-doo, which is honestly also always a bad sign.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh dear.
I
I'm
love
talking
the
about that.
very serious and concerned expressions on all of our faces.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, I'm thinking retreat is in order.
Yeah, my main thought is yes, absolutely we should retreat, but then
Somebody pick me up and run because our movement only 25.
Yeah, my thought is absolutely retreat, but also for what? Like, what do we do then?
I mean, we did just roll initiative.
Yeah.
So.
And with that, catch.
Okay, with that, very quickly, I will look to Minnow. Are we fighting this?
I can't take an action or anything. I'm just gonna like.
You can talk.
I'll let you talk with your eyes.
Yeah, but like I think Minnow would want to be like assess. Do I think we can fight this? You know, But my gut is, I think no. I think Minnow's like.
Okay.
Oh man.
I don't know, guys. Minnow, I'm sorry.
All right, I am going to pull out my longbow and shoot at the crystals.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Yeah.
The arrow sort of arcs wildly off of the wall.
All right, I have a second attack. I will shoot again.
If it's a comfort, the two commoners aren't actually an enemy. I know that's what you were worried about, was the commoners. You strike the crystal. Oh, actually, interesting. So yeah, you strike the crystal, and as you do, it doesn't actually hit. And now that's like you fired an arrow and you're looking right at it and you see its impact, it sort of slams into this thick layer of mucus that has been laid over the crystal.
Gross.
Okay. Gross.
Okay.
I don't think we want to I don't think we want to destroy the crystal, do we?
We did underneath
helped-
our city.
No.
didn't
We
destroy
destroyed the creature. We put the crystal back where it belonged, and
Yeah.
that fixed everything.
Dylan said. I know we're not supposed to be talking, but Dylan said the crystal didn't belong here. But my turn is now over because I shot at the crystal.
And that's a really
Actually,
huge crystal.
no, I'm also going to step over this way to Dylan.
Okay. Dent.
I totally
So many
had
tokens
so
on
much
this map.
time to think about this. I damn, also not a humanoid. Fuck. Fish people count as humanoids though, right?
Yes.
Fish
Oh, are there more fish people? God, I didn't even notice they fucking popped up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was like,
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, so and the other two that were next to Margaret turned into fish people, but she didn't.
Correct.
How did I? God, I am.
There was a
quick
lot going
just
on. Legitimately, there was a lot going on. Thank you for bearing with me as we've gone obviously well over time on this one. But okay, let me put it this way. I teased people with like there was a surprise coming, etc. This wasn't even it.
Oh
What?
god. Oh god.
What?
Jeez.
The fuck?
We had to talk to grass. What can I say?
Listen, I had to talk to Grass. You gave me
all
two
Nero.
opportunities.
Okay,
for
okay,
very
okay,
long,
okay,
slow
okay.
conversations. Don't you? Okay.
But it's my turn and I haven't gone.
I know, but I was talking, so you could at least let me finish my sentence. It's just called courtesy. It's fine.
Okay, I would like my question answered on whether fish people are humanoid.
Yes. From what you've
Okay.
done before, they appeared humanoid. At least the fishicians were.
Okay, I'm going to cast Puppet on this one right here.
Okay.
Bada bing, bada boom. Your gesture forces a one humanoid creature within range to make a con save. On a failed save, the target must move up to its speed in a direction I choose. In addition, I can have the target drop whatever it's holding. The spell has no effect
18.
on a humanoid. Okay, 8. Oh, fuck. Well, that beats a 13. I'm going to run over to Dylan and I'm going to yank him, and I'm going to gesture towards escape.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Nero.
No, I'm good. Thank you. It's not my turn yet.
I know. I'm aware. Could you make a strength save for me?
No, I'm good.
Rachel, no, I'm good, thank you.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I decline. That's okay. It's a
That's a
9.
big fat 9 for you, baby.
Just as a quick question, would you enjoy using inspiration on what was not a very good
Do you
strength?
mean the inspiration that I already used to not crit fail on my wisdom roll
Right.
to see if I remembered the fucking veggie pygmies?
would
Would somebody else like to give me an inspiration?
I've got one.
I think y'all do.
Go. You can have mine.
Thanks. Otherwise, I'm gonna be dragged into the water. That's 16.
From this pool, you see the water form into a tendril and whip out around your ankle and pull on this slick ground, and you're barely able to like steady yourself. You essentially jam the staff, woven nature, into the ground, and you actually see like the vines spread out a little bit and grip, and that's just enough to hold you in place. Now, splash, splash, splash.
Water?
Why are you
No!
splashing? You're not in the water anymore.
Just the wet.
The ground around it is almost forming a bowl of water, supporting it. What? Okay, I like playing it that way. Dent, you see its rear back with its tentacles and slam them down, but they fall just short of you. Above board, range 10 feet. But you see the tentacles hit 3 times, and the rock floor is now cracked.
Oh.
And Dent, you see I'm just trying to think about this, sorry. You see the orb, the green orb, light and pulse slightly, and in your head you hear, I am the path that you will walk. But for that one, I am the path of pure oblivion. And then sort of it pulses and a wave of energy comes out.
But for that one, in like, do I get the sense he's referencing Dylan?
Yes.
Oh shit.
It's Dylan's turn, and he's out.
Dylan.
He gets to hear, hurry, hurry! He has not moved his full speed, and you actually see him now like reach inside his robe, and he's pulled out a scroll. Hurry!
We gotta wait our turn.
Ressa, Minnow, and Finch, give me a dexterity saving throw. You look up, and as you see us, I almost said Salate, Margit casting, you see lightning clouds forming under the roof of the cave.
I'm sorry, you wanted one from me and from Finch, right?
Yes. Everybody within 5 feet of there.
Failed.
And just a dex roll for Finch.
I don't think Finch has proficiency in this.
Proficiency or anything. No, Finch, no.
Everyone who... Minnow, you pass. Ressa and Finch will each take 11 lightning damage as a bolt of lightning cracks down from the ceiling. You will serve him. You will serve the true form of Bion, that which came before gods and will exist long after we are done serving. Ressa!
Oh, God.
We're losing party members? Okay.
Wait, what?
Rachel, but we lost Elise.
And we
Yep.
lost Elise.
Kicked from the Discord call. I don't know.
What?
Yeah,
Oh.
I was just here and suddenly it was like, and it shut down and just kicked me. So I'm guessing the same happened to Elise.
I didn't
just
do
got
anything.
kicked from the call. Yeah, no, I just got kicked. It just suddenly kicked me out.
Okay.
I have no idea what happened, but it
Yeah.
booted me and I'm back, so.
Hey, same. It was me the same. We were both gone. That was how we
Okay.
should say it. It was me the same.
Heather is still okay.
I moved. And your charisma. All right.
What happened
I'm-
with the failed Dexter saves?
11 lightning damage.
11 lightning damage to Ressa and Finch, and I think you took... Are you at the thing where you
She passed.
dodge? Where you would take no damage?
Oh, yeah, let me look.
I can't
When an
remember.
attacker that you see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the attack
Okay, I think
damage.
it's next level. You get evasion.
I get evasion next level too, so I'm assuming. it's
So-
the same.
But I can uncanny dodge this, can't I? Can I have this?
Sure, you already halved it. So,
I can do this on every round. So how many points is that? My brain is very tired.
5 is what was coming in.
So I'm taking 3 points of damage?
2.
Or 2. Finch is probably dead. I think,
Finch is
Finch
taking the
has-
11.
right. And Finch has
I believe
one
it's
hit point.
1 hit point, yeah. Actually, technically,
5 Finch.
you take 5 still. Uncanny Dodge works on attacks. Evasion works on magic.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So I moved, and I'm hoping this thing is not particularly charismatic because I'm going to cast Banishment.
Ooh.
Is it
Banishment
charisma-
on the big guy.
Big guy.
Love clerics. God.
Just please, God.
Oh man, I really. What if it's from a different plane?
Hold it for a minute, then it's gone forever. Or not
Until it
forever,
gets
but-
summoned back through that beautiful
Just kill
conjuration.
Margaret, and then it won't be.
Yes.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Look, she should worship me. if
Always
this works.
upset about something.
Yes,
Oh, no.
yes.
It double crit succeeded on its charisma
Oh,
saves.
no, it didn't.
That was a 24 and a 24.
Damn, son.
Well,
You actually feel its mind, like as you sort of like reach out your power to banish it, you feel, you channel Bion's energy and you sort of reach it out to this thing, and the line that connects you of Bion's will and your own power, you feel cold tendrils almost wrapping around it, and just feel them racing back towards your mind, and then you just shut the connection down. You are very worried about what that would have done if it got into your head.
Yeah. Okay. This is not Bion.
Okay, so just okay, never mind.
Zero.
If I move here, is that within range to hit it, like diagonally?
Yes.
Okay. So, here's my thought. I would like to attack it with my staff,
Okay.
and I will see if it hits. My new fancy staff. 21?
Scrolling.
Please tell me a 21 hits.
It does.
Thank goodness.
Okay, so I'm going to do 8 bludgeoning damage to it. And then I would like to spend a key point to try and stunning strike it.
It's a con save.
Yes, and I keep my DC's 14.
16 on the con save.
Okay, gonna attack again. With my just second regular extra attack. And 18.
18 hits.
Okay. 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Another stunning strike. I will literally dump all of my key points to try and stun this bitch.
Another
so we
16?
can maybe run. Fuck! Okay. Flurry of blows. Is flurry of blows 1 key point or 2? It's 1. Okay. I will spend a key point to flurry of blows and hit it 2 more times. 17?
17 hits. You're piling on the damage. 8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning. And another stunning strike.
Another 16.
You've got to be fucking kidding me, Galway. Okay.
Sorry.
My last hit.
The giant thing might be kind of constitutive.
24.
Hits. You want me to say it doesn't, just to make it...
9.
Good God, you've rolled almost max damage every time. I assume you want me to make another con save.
I sure do, Galway.
5.
Yes! Okay, assuming it's not immune to stunning. It is stunned until the end of my next turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it look like it's stunned?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay. So I moved, 10 feet to get here. I have another 45 feet I can move. I probably couldn't, so I'm also a Fearbold, which lets me carry as though I were one size larger than I am.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be I probably couldn't, pick Ressa up this turn, right? As my action, since I just did whole bunch of hits.
You just used all the actions.
That's fair.
I'd also say that you probably don't have a very high strength, so even though you're one size larger, it would still be kind of hard for you to pick up Ressa. Minnow would be more your speed.
Fair. My strength is 0. I don't know. Minnow can be pretty fast though, and if everybody just, my hope is
on the other side of the cave.
Nero's just gonna yell, "Run!" Well, Nero's gonna go, "Run!" But it'll sound really
very panicked for Nero.
And just hope everybody fucking dashes to it, and then I can move to basically here.
Nice.
So
how do you do that measure?
Measure thing? It's the on the left-hand side. It's the little circle with the ruler in it.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, and you can click snap to center, and it'll show you. Yeah, so I will move to that one.
Oh, okay.
This is. I'm actually gonna. I'm hoping that people will use their dash action to leave. So I actually do want to be as close as possible to the exit. I feel like I would have tried to stay if I thought people would fight, but I'm kind of hoping people use their dash action to leave. So.
Well, I mean, you've also made the early vote for one person in the party is leaving now. Dylan has also shouted for you all to run.
Yes. And I would say, it's stunned. Let's leave. So there you go.
No, fishies are moving.
They sure are.
They're fast. Ah!
That's all they can do. They are shrieking, by the way, with just, prolonged, uncomfortable fish eye contact with Nero.
Uh-oh. Fish
Minnow.
eye contact, huh?
Ha!
Okay.
There's so many fish!
I can bonus action dash.
Yep.
And use my action to dash
Yep.
and use my movement, which is 90 total feet
Yep.
of movement. So I have a question. This thing is stunned, so me getting into and out of its threatened range will not incur. Okay. But I am going to get myself to here.
Very nice.
That's
You
it.
see
That's
like
my turn.
Dylan like counting people.
Just hustles.
I'm just like, whoa, dang.
They're after you, Minnow.
Let's go. I've got a beacon sword right now. Come on. Come be scared of me, fish.
Oh, yeah. Waver that menace.
I'm a menace the waivers.
Does 16 hit you?
I believe it does. 15 is my armor class.
6 points of piercing damage. You can use your reaction on this to have this.
Yeah, I will. So 3.
Yep.
And these are just the regular fish people, not the fishgicians.
Correct.
Right, those are up by
Incidentally, there is also a reason in case I don't know, and not to completely spoil it because I've also tailored its stat block a lot. They literally have been chanting "Ablu blue blue." That is an aboleth.
I'm sorry, excuse me? Excuse me? You're having us fight an aboleth?
Wow.
Currently, I'm planning on running from an aboleth. I think that was the plan.
Fucking Christ, Galway?
Are you fighting it? I mean, actually, you have been.
I mean, I did do a lot of damage to it, but it's probably not even a tenth of its health.
Catch.
Sorry, aboleths are insane.
Uh-huh.
Cthulhu, sure.
Not a humanoid.
Nope.
Is that a human? Not even in the general English definition of the word. Catch. You boogieing?
I want. I will boogie, but I would like to see if I can shoot Crazy Lady with my bow.
Sure. Give me an attack roll. Don't forget, as a tabaxi, you can also double your walking speed.
Oh, I already know that,
Okay.
and that's how I'll be running.
I figured that was your get the hell out of here
Yes.
plan. 7 does not hit. You do have second attack as part of the same attack
I will
action.
be doing that because I don't really care for her and her trying to force her damn god on me. Son of a bitch! The hell? Alright, fine. I'm gonna flip her off and then I'm gonna take off. I can make it all the way, I believe it was to here. 60 feet.
Dan?
Yes, so how far can I go? Let's find out. Not that far. Well, I guess if I dash, I double my running speed, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just go. I'm gonna go all the way. Because I can do that, because my regular speed's 35. So I'm gonna make sure that Dylan has clear path. So I'm gonna stay back just a smidge.
It's sitting there drooling. Dylan is like waving Ressa in.
I'm trying.
Yeah, and then Ressa, give me a dex save.
Oh, crap. I'm not very next.
Do you want some inspiration on that?
myself, can I?
Hmm?
I can't guidance myself on that.
Guidance
can
doesn't
I?
work on saving throws.
Okay.
You're also only taking 6 lightning damage.
Okay, it's not so bad.
And I'm okay. Great. Yeah, I'm not.
And it is your turn.
I am dashing, and I can get 50 feet to there, so...
Yes, you are.
There.
And with that,
And that...
and for the sake of brevity, because I think everyone is fleeing,
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
as you pass him, you'll see Dellen like hold out the scroll that he does, and you see the glyphs on it emerge out and form shimmering plates that are 10 by 10 squares that slam down into the ground across, drawing across here as he has cast Wall of Force. He goes, go, this is bad. And I will say we'll go ahead and drop out of turn order. And he sort of is, as you go up and like Ressa, you like get your hand on cast mending and the door slides open. Then looking, he goes, get to the surface, get whatever help we have to get, whatever help we can. We have to find, there's, and he's gonna actually like toss to you, Catch, a small like brooch that he was wearing. He goes, there's a rock by Moontree Rock. There's a small inset. Press that there. It should alert the holds that something is happening. You're faster than me, so... And then as you all head into the door, and Dellen is like running with you, you hear the aboleth sort of shift, and you see a beam of light come from one of the orbs, the rightmost orb, the blue orb. And you see Dellen begin walking backwards, speaking backwards. You see him turn. You see the glyphs suck back into his scroll. You see the Wall of Force fall, and you see him again shouting, "Keep going!"
Can I cast Lightning Lure on Dellen?
Yes, I will say you can.
And he can choose to save or fail, right?
So it looked like time was reversed just for him.
Yes.
And he wasn't in control of it,
He
and
went
it was pulling it all backwards.
Yeah.
And he looked surprised by it, where he said,
Yes, he looks
"Keep
like he
going."
is now in the point where he was beckoning to Ressa, go, get past me.
Yeah, so he needs to succeed on a strength saving throw or else be pulled directly towards me.
He can choose to fail it, though, right?
Yeah. He would take 1d8 lightning damage if he ends up between 5 feet of me, which he will. The range is 15 feet, so I would cast it on him before he's too far away.
Okay. So are you casting it while
Lena
he's...
is not happy with you, Galway.
Hmm?
Lena in chat is not happy with you.
Sure she isn't.
Not everything
Sorry,
has to be a tragedy, Galway.
Which is why I'm casting Lightning Lure.
Is Lightning
because
Lure going off while he's doing this rewind?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you tell me again what happened with the Wall of Force?
It got sucked back into the scroll.
Yeah.
If he rewound, he got rewound to right before he cast it. So he still has the scroll for a Wall of Force, you would assume, but there's no Wall of Force around him.
Dylan, cast it again now.
Well, I mean, it would have to be like to the point where I recognize that he's walking backwards towards them. I would then cast this on him.
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check, and it's yours.
I would prefer it to be Ed's, but you know,
I'm aware.
It's fine. It's fine.
But Ed isn't casting the spell. You see him waver for a second and then continue walking backwards.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Just clicked it off, and a second Arcana check. Please be higher. Yes.
You will. Man, I don't want to force you into.
I'm gonna try something too if this doesn't work. So.
It is. It will pull him back, but I will say that the cost of this is that the wall of force has come down, and the spell scroll is now just like torn, essentially. Like, and you actually hear. And you start to see the air is cracking around all of this.
Lightning. We need to go.
And you are out of turn order. He is going to begin just running with you all. You all hear... You are fleeing. He is like casting spells behind you from scrolls. You're seeing like rocks tumbling down. He's just like, go, surface. Running as fast as he can, as you all are essentially helping each other move. From the surface, you hear the sound of a torrential rainstorm. You're working your way through. The ground is slick. You're just pounding your way through this. You even as slick as it is, you're managing to not lose your footing, just driven by sheer adrenaline and the need to get out. It seems like he has a plan. It seems like it was one that he was very loath to use up until then. And you run, and the water is now sort of forming rivulets running down as it comes from the surface. You no longer hear the behind you as you sort of burst out through the entrance and stand there panting and look up.
Oh no.
As you see above
That's
you,
new music.
glimmering towers of glass and metal, with colored lights standing, stretching to the sky. You hear the hiss of flying vehicles moving through the air.
What?
You look from side to side as pools of light sit and the rain slashes down. And above you, in the distance, you see a massive glowing tree, towers reaching past it to the sky, lights flickering back and forth, enormous bridges stretching out in every direction.
I'm so excited.
Welcome to Moontree City.
Oh.
And that is where we will wrap up for tonight.
What?
Holy shit.
What?
What
Okay.
is Moontree City?
Well, who's ready for 4 more hours? Galway?
Lena just yelled. Lena just yelled. I called it Magitech.
Moontree City.
Oh my God, Nero is gonna be so out of place here.
We're all gonna be so out of place.
What?
Oh my God, I'm so excited. We're cosplayers. We look like
Yeah, we're
cosplayers right now.
cosplayers.
We're like coming out of this cave like, oh, we've been LARPing in the cave.
And that,
I've got my bow and arrow and people with guns are like, stand back, bitch.
and that is why pulling a boss battle out of nowhere on you wasn't the big surprise.
Oh my god. This music, the music cue, like I got so hyped. I was like, oh my god, what?
Are we in Tron?
You all are now level 7. Once you've completed a rest of any kind. And we will pick up exactly here because shit's not going to stop going sideways, of course.
I just need to know, Dallin, did you know this was here?
I know,
What the heck is this?
As you've gotten out, Dellen is now just like clutching at you like, what's... No.
What's going on?
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging with us. I know that this went fully an hour over. I honestly didn't expect anyone to try to fight that horde in any way, shape, or form. You also got much farther along before you triggered the, oh, they're coming out. So there was more running that needed to happen. I also legitimately forgot that Ressa was kind of slower. I was like, shit. That's an extra round. That's a whole extra round.
I forgot that Ressa was
Of course, I
slower,
like
25-foot movement. Like I was sort of blocking it out. I'm like, yeah, 30 feet, you'll get to here, because it's just you just needed to be on the other side of Dellen for the wall of force to go up me to be like, yeah, fuck turn over, we're done.
And I was so like, my first one, I was gonna dash, and then I just thought, but if this banishment works, then and then he double crits.
Thank you so much for tuning in. If you would like to see more of this, please follow us here on twitch.tv/helpfulgoat. We'll be doing this next in 2 weeks. Next week we'll have Fates of Rin coming up on Fridays. Also next week we will have on Wednesday Goats of Saltmarsh at 9 p.m. Eastern. At 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Thursday we will have Spire. And at 9 p.m. Eastern on Friday we will have Goats and Dragons, The Fates of Rin. The week after that, we will be back as the Marauders are truly cast adrift. And I also forgot, because I don't post this in, there was also a reason that I named this one Homecomings and Departures as its session title. The sheer amount of threads that ended up lining up for this were astounding. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all for hanging with us. As always, we immensely appreciate your time, your attention, and you hanging out with us. Thank you so much to my players for indulging me in going after. I hope the reveal was worth it. I had a wonderful time. Yeah. I had a great time with all of the role play tonight.
Also, I just wanted to point out, so the people who are playing look at the stream to see that he changed the fucking background of the stream to
there are so
Moontree
many
City.
layers.
Oh, I know. I wanted.
Whoa!
Yeah, look I was like, we gotta look at it.
Why is this so cool? I'm so excited.
Okay, sorry.
There was a reason I spent much of today like getting ready for some of this stuff. Thank you all. I appreciate it so much. As always, from everyone here at Helpful Goat, be safe, be well, be kind to each other and to yourselves. We love y'all. Good night.